Sheldon the first leg. Laura turn.
Only if Sheldon misses. And she doesn't. She wraps up a 3-1 win.
For the win. Gilbert gets the win. Second win of her campaign, leaving Laura Turner stranded.
Causing a few issues. Well, that's a
Sheldon the third leg. Trina Gulliver.
bemused look from Trina Gulliver of how she got a go at that.
Now it gets awkward. Now it gets tricky. Double 5. Found. And Dita delivers.
Establishment next door. Drowning my sorrows, turning to joy.
Joy for Sullivan.
Rihanna.
Another fantastic finish, and she's really turning on the style in this game.
Give herself a chance to Gulliver. And Rianne O'Sullivan seals her 5 out of 5 for the day.
Welcome. Yes, Women's Week does continue. Indeed, it will conclude tomorrow, and we will know at the end of today which players will be on the Super Series stage for finals night. Bo Greaves already there. 5 players are going to join her. Scott Mitchell alongside me this week, and Scott, Rianne O'Sullivan looks very likely to be one of them.
She does, and I think, you know, we've spoken about Bo and Fallon this week, and they both know that Rianne's the real deal as well. And if she can sort of scoring out, she'll give herself chances and finish. So, but she looks absolutely amazing here. She had a couple of 3-2s early doors, and then just grew into the game, and then to the day, and then towards the end of the group, she did look unbeatable, really.
Yeah, very likely that she will get there. Even more likely that Fallon Sherrick will get there after a perfect campaign in Group B last night with some stats as well. Absolutely.
She came out the block. She did a couple of ton averages early doors and just scared the death out of all the other opponents in that Group B. And then, yeah, she dropped off to I think a 93 and an 89 or something, which is still amazing dart. So, yeah, she looks comfortable. She probably knows that if she wins Group B, then that means you avoid the Group A winner as well in the form of Bo. But I don't think Fallon thinks that far ahead. I think she just thinks about the next game ahead and trying to play her best, and maybe that's the best policy.
Have we seen this week that it might not just be all about Bo on Saturday night? She had a great Group A campaign, but both Fallon and Rianne with their performances mean that maybe it's not a certainty that Bo is going to win come Saturday.
No, and there's a few head-to-heads with Bo and the others in other places apart from here where they have had the better of her in the last 5 games. So as a player, you're always aware of that. You're always aware that somebody's turned you over elsewhere. But look, Bo, they just the whole idea of Women's Week was to highlight the women, and we really are doing that.
Particularly on Rianne O'Sullivan, what can she, I mean, assuming she gets through, she's got to finish the job first, but what can she take into finals night based on the form that she's shown yesterday?
Well, firstly, it's momentum. She'll be taking momentum in there. You know, her averages are not anywhere near what Fallon and Bo are doing, but the fact is confidence takes you there. So once you start getting confident and somebody starts playing well against you, you start thinking, oh yeah, that's the way it's going to be, is it? I'm coming with you and I'm going to test you because I know that I'm playing well as well. And that's what happens as a player. That's what makes you a different and special player. So she has that. We know that she has that. She's had it for a long time. And yeah, let's get her through this. See what she does on Saturday night, because I don't believe that she's going through here anyway.
Well, she'll be very, very comfortable if she looks at the Group C table. She is top of it with a perfect start. Dita Hedman just 2 points behind her, and it's uniform all the way down. Trina Gulliver on the coattails of Hedman. Gilbert still in with a chance. Doesn't look likely for Katie Sheldon or Laura Turner. But do you think we can see any sort of jostling for position for who goes through?
Well, I think you're looking at Hedman, Gulliver and Gilbert, and it's really what the rest do to them. There's what's O'Sullivan going to do to them? What is Katie going to do and Laura down at the bottom of the group? Because all of a sudden they could easily turn up and start getting results where the others are desperate for it, and the girls down the bottom of the table are thrown with a bit of freedom. And we've seen a lot of that here at the Super Series in many, many groups. So it wouldn't surprise me if that starts to happen today.
Right, Rianne O'Sullivan is the favourite to win the group, of course, having won all of her matches yesterday. She's an odds-on favourite. These are the odds to win the group outright. Dita Hedman, second favourite, 2-1. Then Trina, 12-1. Gilbert, 25. And Sheldon, 250. They're not even giving a price on Laura Turner after losing all of her matches. It would take an absolute miracle for that to turn around. But again, they do seem to think, just as they did before a dart was thrown, that it will be Rhiannon and Hedman progressing.
Yeah, it does look that way. It does look that way. But I still think there's still a bit of value maybe in Trina. I think, she's only 2 points off, and I think Natalie Gilbert's first game is against Dieter, and if Natalie can turn Dieter over, then it opens the group right up for that second spot.
Just a question on the first match today. Laura Turner's going to play Katie Sheldon. They went into the last match yesterday without any points. Sheldon won the game. Who is this match more important for, even if it doesn't end up having any impact on the league?
I think it's more important for Laura. She needs to get a win. She'll be disappointed that she didn't get one yesterday. And I think the fixtures didn't actually go her way yesterday. She had the 3 top players in her first 3 matches, and then you've had the stuffing knocked out of you a little bit by then, and then you start to believe, here's some games that I can actually, I can turn this round with the way that I've been playing, and then you then struggle to keep that level up that you've been playing. So, and she's been in commentary this week. It's been a very different week for Laura, and a learning week in more ways than one. But I don't want to see anybody go home without a win, and so let's hope that she can grab a win or 2 today.
Well, I can confirm we will be seeing Laura Turner on Saturday night, one way or another, either down there or up here with us. It is the first match featuring Laura Turner. She's playing Katie Sheldon, the 20-year-old Irish talent who, well, hasn't gone her way this week, but she certainly enjoyed the experience. Here's what she had to say. Katie, Friday here at the Super Series. Just give us a summary of how it's gone for you so far.
It's been a bit of a frustrating week. Unfortunately, just for whatever reason, I haven't been able to showcase what I can do. But it's been a good experience. I think it's a learning curve as much as anything, because if you don't play well here, you're going to get bet. And that's just what's happened, unfortunately. But I'll take it on. Like, there's a women's series in a few weeks' time. So anything I've learned from this week, going to push on, put in the prep, and make sure I'm right for the next women's series.
What have you enjoyed about the experience?
I think it's just been around all the different ladies, do you know what I mean? I said in the back room as well, like, it wouldn't be every day you're sat on the same table as these ladies, and I've enjoyed their company as much as anything, and we've gotten along, and it's been good in that sense. So it has been a really enjoyable weekend, besides maybe not playing as well.
And obviously playing a lot of matches, 5 games a day. What can you take from this into, for example, those women's series events?
Yeah, it's just trying to find a bit of consistency, isn't it? Obviously, you're playing match on. Like, you haven't got time to, sit down, prep. You have to just make sure you're ready to go. And I think that's a good thing, because the latter stages of tournaments you get in, you're going to be playing and playing and playing. So in that sense, it is a good thing for your experience,
And what are your thoughts going into today? It's a difficult position, a couple of points, but it has been done before. If it clicks and you went on a run, there's an opportunity. So how are you approaching today?
I'm just going to go in, enjoy it as much as I can, and see what happens. Like, you never know what could happen. And if it clicked, I'd be more so happy for myself, just that I've been able to get a couple of good runs under my belt in the one day.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Katie Sheldon trying to put a run together on her final day at the Super Series, or maybe it won't be a final day if she puts a run together. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. She won this fixture at the end of yesterday to get some points. If she wins again, she'll be on 4 and only 4 points off Dieter Hedman, who takes on Natalie Gilbert in her opening match. But Laura Turner, our very own, is still looking for her first victory on the Super Series stage. As I said, if she doesn't manage to pull off the great escape, then she will be joining us for some commentary and analysis tomorrow evening at finals night. Very unlikely that either of these players will be there, but certainly both playing for pride and enjoyment, and to get the best possible finish in this group. I know Laura Turner was bitterly disappointed when she left the building yesterday, but she's coming this morning with a positive attitude, ready for Owen Binks to call game on, which he has just done, and she will get the day started.
Yeah, she does indeed, and sometimes it's nice to get it to a point where you phone home and get a little bit of support from the family back home, and then you come in with a different sort of line of thought today.
125.
I love the Katie Sheldon interview there where she said, I'm sat on a table with people that I wouldn't usually sit with. And again, you don't
45.
think like that. You don't think like that when you're not a player. You think, oh yeah, everybody knows one another, and you kind of do. you kind of
60.
chat and you kind of sort of like have a word in passing, and you know what they've played like maybe a game before, particularly like the women's series. Oh, well done, mate, you've played well there or whatever. But to actually sit round and actually chat with those people, you're all sat on different tables, so you know each other, but you don't know each other, if that makes sense. So yeah, it was interesting to pick up on that for her. And
140.
and you've got to remember, a lot of these ladies she'd have been watching. She's one of the younger up-and-coming starlets at this great sport of ours at the moment in the ladies' side. And
45.
she's not in awe of anybody because she's that much of a character, but it'd have been good for her to listen and have a chat with these people and their words of wisdom about the game, about how the game works for them, and it gives you another insight.
Yeah, we have noticed that maybe in some matches she struggled with the pace.
85.
Not to make
She's got
any excuses
133.
for her, she just hasn't really been able to show what she's capable of this week, but did really notice in the match against a similarly speedy
36.
Sullivan that she was throwing much firmer and much faster.
Yeah, and it's a comment I made yesterday. I thought she was far more accurate when she was throwing a little bit quicker, because it was making us force the dart a little bit harder, and then
90.
much easier to judge where it was going.
Nice last start from Laura Turner there. And she will get a go at the 135.
37.
I think part of today for this
Record
pair of players
135.
is getting some kind of show reel put together, and a 135 finish would have certainly helped with that, but it's not going to happen.
84. Katie requires 60.
So it's 60 for Sheldon. Well, at least it's out of the way. Clear sight of tops.
40.
But doesn't get near
Rory
it, and
requires
Turner has the
51.
opportunity to get a leg in the ledger.
$35. Katie required 20.
You just feel that
Game shot on the
something
first leg.
needs to go for
Katie
Laura.
Sheldon.
You just feel that something needs to go for her to turn her head.
Second leg, it's Katie to throw first.
Katie will have the
Game
confidence in this game, because obviously she was the victor yesterday in their meeting.
on. 43. $45.
What happens in these situations as a player when you've been
100.
getting beaten all the time like yesterday, as Laura did, and then you lose the first leg in the manner that she did, having had a couple of darts at a double, you then start to think negativity in your head. It's, oh, here we go
60.
again. But which is strange, because when you talk to Laura away from the board, she's such a bubbly character, and you wouldn't think
55.
she would allow herself to think like that on the hockey, but it happens to the best.
The majority of human beings are their own worst critic.
I know I am. My
85.
wife is very she doesn't beat around the bush in telling me that I'm the hardest person
59.
on myself, and I always feel that I've played a lot worse in a game that I've lost than I actually have. But I think that's in all of our makeups. That's what we do.
100.
Well, Turner hoping to turn it around mentally and on the dartboard. Sheldon is
43.
struggling through the game, but she does have the lead. The big top of the table ties will start to come after this. Dita Hedman taking on Natalie Gilbert, which is going to be a crucial match for Gilbert. Great visit this by Turner, who looked for a treble 17 to complete it.
137.
But yeah, if Gilbert loses that game, then I think we can probably wave bye-bye to her as well in terms of making it through to Saturday. If she wins it, she's only 2
41.
points off the top two.
Laurie requires
And
74.
equally, Trina Gulliver will be looking to get within 2 points of the league leader, Sullivan, when she plays her in the game after. That's
Game
good. That's
shot
very
the second
assertive
leg.
from Laura Turner,
Laura Turner.
because she could have looked at Katie Sheldon's score there and gone for 15
Third leg
ball.
is Laura to
But
throw
she backed
first.
herself to hit the
Game
25,
on.
landed tops, and she's kind of wrestled control of this contest with that fine 74 checkout.
Yeah, she shot a 76 yesterday
100.
in similar fashion.
$100. $45. $38.
There's 2 breaks of throw to open the day. And you'd have thought the momentum would have been with Turner
100.
after winning that last leg. It tends to happen that way. You win a leg, and then the next 9 darts, you
85.
tend to be at the momentum of winning the leg, and the adrenaline gets flowing. It takes 3 or 4 good
30.
scores to get your confidence up, but only 1 bad score to destroy it again. It's strangest mind game in the world for me.
100.
Turner in with a chance here of being on a finish first, and she will be after that dart. And it'll be a pretty good finish as well.
140.
Her first 2 treble turn of the tie, followed by Sheldon's second.
124. Laurie
That's been
require
her problem
86.
this week when she's moved to other segments. A lot of low darts. You could even lip read her shout up as Turner looks down at double 16. Another one in there. Oh, that's
Game shot on the
absolutely
third
beautiful.
there.
And it's
Laura
back-to-back
Turner.
combination finishes for Laura Turner to completely turn this game on its head.
Flair gets Katie
Struggled to hit a
first.
double in the first
Game
leg,
on.
and then goes double in the third to win. With an 86 shot out on this occasion.
100.
And once again, the confidence is up again.
I think there might be a little look up to the comms box at the end of this match, should it go
21.
Turner's way. Did say this morning she felt confident of picking up some
125.
points. She actually shared your analysis, Scott, that she played well in the wrong games, if you like. Ran into the traffic at the top of the table early, played well, and then it just kind of got to her.
100.
She tried too hard, in her own words, in the last 2.
Yeah. Where because you've lost a couple, where you should be thrown with a
60.
bit of freedom and going, well, I've lost the first 3. If I lose the next 2, I lose the next 2, and that should give you a freedom to go and dominate really the next 2 games. But look, it's a strange old game. and
83.
I don't think anybody ever masters it. When you talk to Mr. Taylor, I don't think he ever mastered it either with his 16 world titles. He got very good at it, mind you, but I'm not sure that
80.
he ever felt that he mastered it.
Yeah, there's a time that some people thought he might. We get the. I remember there was once a conversation about creating an AI darts player. And
83.
I think it was Chris
Katie
Mason who
require
quit. We've already had one of
136.
those.
Yeah, very much so.
46.
And, people say, the PDC wasn't what it was in those early days when he was winning his first few. No, I agree. It was some damn good players. There are
41.
many that could win.
Katie
back
require
then.
90.
What happens with darts tournaments? You hear, I've won a tournament with 300 players, or you win one with 64. The talent is just
50.
diluted. That's all it is. So when you now start playing in tournaments with 64, it's from the get-go. Anybody can win them.
Well, in this one, Sheldon looks likely to level.
85.
She's got 3
Katie
clear darts
require
at
40.
tops, having only had 2 darts at double in the game to this point. Well, now she's in danger because Laura Turner's taken out a couple of combination finishes already, a 74 and 86. Now she's after an 88.
Yeah, didn't go anywhere near the treble. Didn't want to risk that.
39. Katie require
I remember she had an
20.
attempt at the ball yesterday that she wired to win one of her games, and
No score.
cruel
Laurie require
luck there.
49.
for Katie Sheldon.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. But Turner gets her go. And Turner
Game
takes
shot
it.
and the match.
Finally a
Laura
win for
Turner.
Laura Turner. A 3-1 success over Katie Sheldon. Revenge for that defeat yesterday. And she's very, very happy with it, as she should be. Finally gets a victory. It is not going to be an appearance on the stage at finals night for either of these players, barring some kind of miraculous turnaround in results. But at least both players have got a result in this group, and that one goes the way of Laura Turner. 3-1 with a couple of very nice combination finishes in there as well, including that high checkout of 86. She picks up the points in the opener, but now attention turns to those 4 players that are fighting out for finals night places, starting with second place Dita Hedman against fourth place Natalie Gilbert. Well, very early here at the Super Series Group C for Women's Week, it starts to get interesting, and it may be imperative for Natalie Gilbert to get the victory against Dita Hedman in this game. Just to put you in the picture in terms of points, Hedman sits in the all-important second spot in this group. The top 2, of course, go through to finals night. She is 4 clear of Natalie Gilbert after beating her yesterday. If Gilbert can get a revenge, then she will move within just 2 points, and it's very much an open race between the top 4. But if Hedman wins this one, she joins Sullivan on 10 at the top of the table and leaves Natalie Gilbert 6 points adrift, which with only 8 to play for at that stage would become a real mountain to climb. Gilbert, Women's Series event winner last year. Incredible story. If you didn't see her interview yesterday, it's worth just scrolling back through the social media pages to have a little listen in her own words about the challenges that she's overcome and that darts has helped her overcome. But the challenge today is to climb into that top 2, and you would think, Scott, in order to do that, this would be a must-win match.
Yeah, without doubt. I think you hit the nail right on the head there, Murph. It's one of those that if this group is going to continue and to stay interested right to the wire,
First
then
leg, it's Dieter to
feel
throw
that
first.
Natalie Gilbert has to win this game.
On.
She has the disadvantage of not having the darts for the start. So she's going to have to break Dieter Hedman at some point, who is her England captain.
60.
It's go and try and dethrone your captain, but that'll be swept aside today. They're just two dart players up there playing for themselves, not in a team event. It's all about doing it for yourself on days like today.
85.
It was 3-0 to Hedman in their meeting yesterday. Felt like Gilbert maybe ran out of a little bit of steam towards the end of a long day. Might be more suited to playing Dieter in the opening match here on Friday.
135. $100. $60.
We will see those wobbly darts that have become synonymous with Dieter Hedman thrown over 5 matches she'll play today. You would think that if she were able to win 3 of them, that'd be enough to get her through.
$81.
A bit of shoulder in the last one there from Hedman.
Yeah, the last dart drifting as well has just opened the door for Gilbert. If she can find a ton, she'll be on a finish first.
100.
Almost like I knew that was going to happen, Scott.
Well predicted, mate. Well predicted.
Hedman starting downstairs. Well, that's a lovely leave, forcing Gilbert to do something special.
Which is not going to happen this time round.
47. DT required 32. Game shot in the first leg.
Yeah, right in the top corner.
Hedman.
Couple of sighters and then
Second leg, it's
straight
Natalie to
into
throw
the desired
first.
target
Game on.
for Hedman. She takes a 1-0 lead.
$85.
With Gilbert on her throw there, the way she grips her dart, she puts her arm up ready to throw. And then her last manoeuvre is sort of sliding the dart into her hand in the right position to then actually sort of partake in the throw.
123.
Just a little movement in her fingers to slide the dart into the right position. Up it goes, and then she moves her fingers in, and elbow stays lovely and high. Launches over the top of the elbow.
55.
Just did notice a little bit of movement on the last dart where she sort of walked with it. That's a habit that a lot of players have. Hedman
140.
herself remained set in the same position for all 3.
Dieter does have a slight rock forward, but as you can see, it's very successful. The outcome of doing that. So
84.
far be it for me to say what she should be throwing like with all the titles we were talking about yesterday that she has.
Yeah, remarkable tally. Still think that either her or Rhiannon Sullivan, if they are going to be the two that go through, are going to have to lift their game to get the better of Bo Greaves or Fallon Sherrick, based on what we've seen from
43.
those two this week. However, they may only have to lift it once. That's the difference between the weekly league campaign and the Saturday night.
Yeah, we say that, but of course the Saturday night is a very different night to play in. I've done that, and you can make the Saturday night a little
59.
bit more than what it is, and that can sort of like be a very good sort of leveler for all players. You know, if you're not played your best to go in there, you're thinking, well, I'm here now. If I'm going to play my best, now's the time to get it out. And if you've been really playing really great during the
59.
week, you're going into finals night going, I really hope I can keep this up. And it's two very different mindsets. One has nothing to lose, and one is defending. And very different mindsets. And if that is allowed to creep into the ladies' heads,
These
then
require 136.
the averages are not an issue. It's all about who wins the games and whose mindset is the strongest.
Looking like this race is going a
45.
similar way to the one it went yesterday. Hedman closing in, although that's slack visit. Just gives Gilbert a way back in if Hedman can't take out 91.
100. DC require 91.
Choices on this. Could go for the bull, but she goes the aggressive route. And leaves 74. I quite like when a player goes that aggressive route to go for the double, for another double, but she's found a treble. She's backed herself, and
Game
she's
shot
completed
the
the combination
second
superbly.
Dita Hedman.
Dita Hedman. He's trying to avoid any drama
so
today.
It's Dita to throw
Winning
first.
early,
Game
picking
on.
off her rivals. That's the plan.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's I shut out within this Group B. At 91, and what a time to bring it out. To break a
92.
throw and have a chance to hold your own throw to win the match.
Well, if you are going to join in the chat on YouTube, please behave sensibly or you will be kicked out.
68.
There is one question in here. I mean, I don't know if it's sensible or not, but I'm going to ask it
100.
anyway, Scott. It says, can you ask Scott what his pre-match darts meal is?
That's a very good question, actually. Usually it's some sort of breakfast because we're playing around, early morning, lunchtime, or if it's before lunch,
55.
it would definitely be my breakfast would be, and I do like a little. I do like a little fry up breakfast. I don't miss many of those, as you can see when I wander out on stage. But
You were having it
haven't-
cooked for you last time you were here, weren't you?
Mr. Devon Peterson was cooking my breakfast
60.
when I was last here. We were staying in a house up the road together, so that was nice for Devon to be cooking for me. Very nice indeed. But yeah, and if it's sort of in the evening, I do like to go to an Italian if I can and have a nice calzone.
45.
There we go. Hope that answers your question, Jack. Dita Hedman's answering any question being asked of her in this game, and it's going to put her at top of the table, at least temporarily, before Rhiannon
60.
O'Sullivan takes on Trina Gulliver. And I tell you what, if O'Sullivan wins that match, this group is starting to look like it might be over pretty quickly.
30.
One leg away, or
137.
just 52 points away now of a second 3-0 win over Gilbert. It would put Hedman on 10 points at the top. O'Sullivan would also be on 10 ahead of her game with Gulliver. If she wins that, Gulliver's 6 points behind her, 4 points behind Hedman, and they play in the next
59.
game. You're
Did
looking
you
at
require
this and
52?
thinking, well, by game 6 today, we might as well have the rest of the day off, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be
Game shot
a few
and
dead
the
rubbers,
match.
but that one is
Dita
dead and buried
Hedman.
this game. Dita wins it 3-0. She won't be worried about the average, though. 85.08. She lifted her game there. She knew the importance of the match. Natalie Gilbert had a 66.94. But the story is 3 from 5 for Hedman. Lovely percentage rate on the doubles. That gets her over the line and re-establishes herself in second place on leg difference, just behind O'Sullivan. But we will jump into a short break, and when we return, we will bring you Trina Gulliver against Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Well, Group C concludes at the end of Friday. It might conclude at the start of Friday. The first result going the way of Dita Hedman's put her temporarily top of the table. Rhiannon O'Sullivan hoping to return there by continuing her perfect start. Trina Gulliver win would make things interesting, but defeat here for Gulliver. And it's looking very, very unlikely that anybody other than Hedman or O'Sullivan would go through. Well, there's some prolonged conversation going on with the referee Owen Binks here. And get on with throwing the darts. We want to start the match.
I think it's probably about... we had an incident last night where a young lady put her foot on one of the vents where the lovely smoke comes up through, and I think it collapsed, and...
So did she.
I thought, yeah, then she kind of fell off the stage at that point, and I thought she was planning to play hide and seek. But yeah, she kind of fell off, and I think they were discussing that incident.
Yeah, just pointing out where the danger zone is. Those little squares in the stage are where the smoke comes out for the winner on a finals night.
80.
But yeah, I think the high heel went through, didn't it?
Yeah. and actually got the weak point of the vent, which is a metal vent. But of course,
100.
if your heel would have gone to one side or the other, it probably wouldn't have been enough to push the vent down through the hole. But I think Lorraine's heel probably
100.
just went smack bang centre, dropped it all, and then the next thing you know, she's flying off the stage.
100.
She bounced back and got a win under her belt. Lorraine Hyde will be back in action tonight, along with Lorraine Winstanley, Kirsty Vinakainen, Vicky Proom and Fallon Sherrick. And I have to say,
140.
Vicky was almost as impressive as Fallon last night.
Yeah, she was very good, yeah.
140.
Lorraine being from Scotland, the only Scottish person I know that could fly was Supergran back in the day. I think our younger viewers will have to look that up on YouTube
Rihanna
probably
require 161.
to understand what I was talking about. But there we go, yeah. No, Vicky was very impressive last night and not a million miles away.
95. Trina require 100.
Well, let's not forget Trina Gulliver won her first 3 matches yesterday. If she can do something similar today, then it's certainly going to be game on, because 2 of those matches are against Renault Sullivan and Dieter Hedman.
And if she has any inhibitions of getting out of the group, you feel that she
66.
would have to win both of those games, wouldn't you?
Well, Sullivan had to stop her by pinning tops, and that's
Game
what she
shot the
does.
first
She's
leg.
been so good on that
Rihanna
target, so
Sullivan.
good in this group, and that's why she's unbeaten. She does not give Gulliver a chance and breaks throw in the opening leg.
Game on.
It's not a big shutout. It's just 66, but it's a very important shutout. And like you say, time and time and
60.
time, and we talk about it all the time within the game of darts, and it's doing the right things at the right time. And that was certainly one of those. It was a break and throw for
85.
Rihanna Sullivan.
$45.
I don't know all these ladies like I do. I bet they're having great
45.
fun in the back room. They're all, the camaraderie between them must be really strong, because I know they all get on as such, and there's 6 of them out the back. It's
140.
quite, having been out there with varying players, that the camaraderie out there is usually pretty good. You all understand the
45.
situation you're put in, and you all understand you're here to try and beat one another, and that goes on up there. And once you go through the double doors and back into the players' room, it's kind of forgotten a
100.
little bit. It was, oh, you were a little bit unlucky there, but there we go. On to the next.
There have been 1 or 2 occasions where that hasn't been the case here. There's been a couple of frosty practice rooms, shall we say.
60. Rihanna require 100.
Can be difficult though, can't it? I think you do need to try and get on with your opponents at the Super Series. As O'Sullivan looks for a 156, not going to take it. But yeah, because you're going to be spending so much time with them.
100.
And we touched on it earlier. The difference about a back room here and you all being in the same place is you can have a little ding dong with somebody at a tournament somewhere and then go and sit at the other end of the room and be away from them. You can't do that here.
97.
It's not
Rihanna
possible. You
require
have to go back to the
56.
same room, be put back in behind doors, and your players marshal is outside, and that's kind of where it is. There's no getting away from one
36.
another. So, yeah, a very different situation here. And as Katie Sheldon was saying in her interview, you talk to people here that you wouldn't usually talk to, and it's the same for all the guys as well. Everybody that's in a group
20.
here probably gets sort of put together with people they've never really spoken to before, and they see them as a different person once they
Game shot
get
the
to chat
second
to them.
leg. Rihanna Sullivan.
Well, no change in what was happening yesterday as far as Renault Sullivan's
The leg, it's
concerned.
Trina to throw first.
I think it's been a blessing in
Game on.
disguise for her to fall into Group C. She really has stood head and shoulders above the rest. And is a leg away now from making it
100.
6 wins from 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Henry and I were discussing last
60.
night what sort of points tally you need to get through groups, and he was saying for Group C you really need 16, but I'm not so sure today.
60.
May look bad for Trina Gulliver at the moment, but it
100.
is still just hold, break, hold required.
$121. 80.
It's happened a few times this week to Rianne, that. A couple of darts in and around the treble 20 and the third one colliding and just bouncing off.
100.
I did have a message yesterday or this morning from Dean Allsop saying he watched the ladies
140.
series yesterday and
Gilbert,
thoroughly
120.
enjoyed watching the darts. Dean, a sort of former England and Derbyshire player, now applying
60.
a bit of his
Rihanna
trade on
McCoy,
the seniors tour.
121. $87. Trini requires 60.
Okay, very close to a really big finish there. Gulliver's going to have to hit this, and she's only going to get one dart.
$21.
And can't get
Rihanna
near it.
requires 34.
Caught a flight there, didn't she?
Game shot and the match.
O'Sullivan
Rihanna O'Sullivan
completes the job, and it's 6 of the best for O'Sullivan. She sees off Trina Gulliver, not just in the match, maybe in the group, and nice and early. It looks like O'Sullivan has pretty much got the job done. A 3-0 victory in her opening match, an average of 86.71. She was very, very strong in that one. Gulliver only getting the 1 dart double, and she opens up a 6-point buffer between the two players. Natalie Gilbert back in action next. She's going to take on Laura Turner.
Oh, what a finish this would be.
That is 3
Oh, no, it
scores,
can't be. Is it 3? Is not it? Joe on 19. Chris, you are absolutely thrilled by this challenge.
Well, when I walked in this morning,
Well, Bradley, mate, he's loving it down there. He's got a right smile across his face. Hold on a minute.
180.
Well, darts is hard enough, but playing it upside down brings a whole new meaning to the difficulty of the dartboard, and that was done by some of our players, as you could just see, and you can see in full here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Check it out. Make sure you are subscribing, and you'll see all of that kind of fun content, along with all the live stuff and some in-depth interviews as well, including interviews with some of the women players this week. We've got on the way interviews with Fallon Sherrock and Trina Gulliver. Really, really good stories. There was a short interview with Natalie Gilbert that's well worth a watch as well earlier this week. And we hear plenty from Laura Turner on here, the YouTube channel. We'll hear from her tomorrow night. But can she carry on a good day today? Victory here would see her go level on points with Gilbert and climb up the table.
Yeah, I love all these little features we do here, and many of them are first. Many of them are stuff we've never seen done anywhere else
Natalie
before.
to throw first.
Yeah, upside
Game
down
on.
darts. Wow.
You asked, we delivered.
I'm just thinking of the concept of it, really, where the doubles will now fall, which is obviously you leave 32 tops, 24, 20, because they all break down, and where their positions would be on the board if the board was upside down. And
45.
Well, this pair have played already today. Gilbert went down 3-0 to Dieter Hedman. Turner, though, won 3-1 against Katie Sheldon, her first victory of Women's Week.
125. $45.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to see anybody but Sullivan and Hedman going through. But if Gilbert is going to have any chance, he must win here.
40. I get it.
an unfortunate drop out there, catching the flight, taking all the pace and form of momentum off of the dart, so that once the dart then hit the board, there was just no pace for it to be able to stick into the sisal.
26.
So it kind of touches the board and then drops straight down. A kind of a dart on dart out.
Result in this game yesterday was 3-1 in the favour of Gilbert. Play at a similar pace, this pair.
50. $47. $36. Natalie Require 132.
So Laura not really found the scoring zone yet in leg one. She has nothing to worry about. It's not her off or throw.
36.
Gilbert's not really being forced into doing too much at this particular moment either. Maybe that's the fallout of the loss against Dieter Hedman.
43.
In our second
Natalie
game today,
Require,
where
96.
Dieter beat Natalie 3-0 with a tidy 85 average.
That's a fantastic dart.
88.
Gave her a go at the double, having seemingly blocked that treble 20. She forced one in there. Turned her a long way behind.
$43. Natalie Require 8. $4.
It's 4 darts at a double for Gilbert, and she's been unable to convert.
100. Natalie require 4.
Turner's just going on her merry way, heading down and left herself a finish.
Game
She's
shot
not
on the
going to get a
first
go
leg.
at it because Natalie Gilbert hits double one last start. The
Second
saying
leg,
in
it's
the
Laura
pubs
to
is
throw
knowing how
first.
far to take
Game on.
them. It's all right letting them get down onto a shot. Just don't let them have a shot at it.
Yeah, and on that double as well, every player's nightmare, but no problem for Gilbert.
41.
Following this, by the way, we'll have the fastest fight of the day between Sheldon and O'Sullivan. And then, I think, in potentially the last crucial contest, Dita Hedman meets Trina Gulliver. If Hedman gets the better of Trina, then you'd have to say it was over.
85.
Yeah, you'd have to say the writing is on the tables if that happens, rather than the wall, because the table would be more than dictated and it would be how it was going to
100.
finish. Okay, like we say, nail we're nice and high and just
24.
push the hand and wrist over the top of the elbow. Laura's goes right back. Nearly touches her shoulder with the flight.
55. $55.
And neither player really getting going in this game.
$60.
Reminder, the action returns tonight, 10 p.m. Fallon Sherrick looking to, well, do what Bo Greaves did on a standard Super Series week when she won every single match in Group B. And
28.
Sherrick did win all 4 last night with a 98 and change average across the evening. Very, very strong stuff from Sherrick. Vicky Proom, also very impressive. 3 wins from 4 on her Super Series debut. 10 p.m.
41.
for Group B. And then tomorrow, finals night, 7:30 on the YouTube channel. If you want to come down, you can do as well. There are still some tickets available. Get here to Portsmouth. Scan that QR code. You can secure your tickets for just a
99.
£2 booking fee and come and support the first ever Women's Week finale. And you can say you were there, potentially, when Fallon met Bo in the final. But as myself and Scott Mitchell were just speaking about, that in itself is not a certainty.
44.
Not with the clientele we have here at Women's Week this week. That's for sure. We had a few on the chat yesterday saying where's so-and-so, where's so-and-so. I think we've covered all
41.
that
Laurie require
yesterday, but
160.
we have one hell of a field here. Saturday night changes things. Can't leave anything in the practice room here on a Saturday night.
41.
Super Series in the live lounge, you have to bring it all out there on stage and get it out there.
$57.
Well, Turner will be looking at 19s herself here. And now treble 20. And now double 20.
79. Natalie require 112.
Similar kind of shot for Gilbert. Treble, single, double.
Nice marker. Not to be, so 72 probably come out to treble 12. No,
55.
tried to hit a ton.
Laurie require 40. Game shot in the
Nice
second
marker
leg. Laura Turner.
from Laura Turner. And then seek and they shall
Third leg,
find
it's
with the
Natalie
second
to throw
dart. It
first.
was
Game on.
Well, this might just spark this game somewhat.
180.
Out of nowhere.
$60.
Oh, look more than that from here.
$100.
Well, somebody will be celebrating on Saturday night.
24.
Just as Andreas Harrison, he felt the ticker tape on Champions Night.
$100.
Here we go. Could she?
125.
No, not quite.
Natalie Rick, 121.
You're on 121. Just about to say, did we ask her any quick-fire questions that we know whether she would go for it or not if her opponent was
9.
left on a double or a shot or not? Most of them have said go for it, haven't they? And then we've watched them on here not go for it and lay up. So, yeah. Oh, you
85.
fibbers, some of you. You've been fibbers, some
Natalie
of you.
require 112.
Well, Gilbert, with the 180, just gave herself a strong, strong lead in this leg. Treble would leave double 16. Surely she will come away this time and
52.
does.
Really was forced into that route by the position of the first two darts.
$47. Natalie requires 60. Game shot in the third leg.
Nicely done.
Natalie Gilbert.
Has shown a good habit of being able to get past kind of blocker darts
Fourth leg against
in this
Laura
game.
Tetro first.
on
Game
trebles and doubles now. And she edges ahead 2-1.
Yeah, and those watching at home, you have to practice that at home. You can't just go and step up on the stage and start
60.
throwing in the treble from a different position on the oche. These are all things while you're doing your practice routines or whatever, you learn how to go by those darts, and it all comes on the practice board. That does.
43.
Not quite so fortunate that time round, but very similar situation to when she hit the double top to finish the last leg.
$100. $83. $45.
So not to be a second 180 of this game
99.
for Gilbert. Something handy would here with a treble now needed.
81.
Oh, well found. Laura Turner, well found. Just keeps her nose in front on her throw.
$45. $41.
Yeah, she's still scrapping away, Laura Turner, but it is a bit of a scrap.
$34. $100. 97. Laurie requires 74.
Nicely pitched. Double 16 becomes double 8.
Game Sheldon the
She
fourth.
finds it
Laura Turner.
to take this match to a decider. Well, if Laura
Fifth
can
and
win the
final leg is
decider,
Natalie to throw
then
first.
she would actually
Game on.
leapfrog Gilbert in the table on the same points with a better leg difference, and you would have to say they were 3 in the race at that point. And after this round of fixtures, there may only
36.
realistically be 2. Could be a done deal quite early, this.
Yeah, second time Laura's hit 74 today. Third time she's hit double 8.
100.
See, she won that leg where she had to hit 2 double 8s to win the leg in the last game. We saw her.
$60. $100. $81.
So all even Steven here. Laura has turned the throw. You think she
60.
needs a treble there to make the fact more official on the scoreboard, but she's now there to be caught up with. Is that there?
60.
Not to be. Just dodges a bullet. Does Turner.
$45.
Quite a tense affair here now in this last leg. Both girls seem a little nervous.
You can just see in the background Laura sort of stretching
58.
her arm out, just trying to release some of that tension. But she is in position here to strike. She's ahead with darts in hand. And that will help.
100.
You think Gilbert needs 2 trebles here to get herself back in the mix?
45. Laurie requires 96.
So 96 incoming for Turner. She's done an 86 already this morning. She's come out and go for the 16s to leave tops.
48.
Missed the big number.
Natalie require 161.
Well, it's double 8 that's been really good to Laura Turner today so far.
119.
32
Laurie
points away
require
from getting
48.
there, but she'll hope not to get there. She'll want to hit 32 to win the leg, to win the match.
Game shot and the
And to make it
match.
back-to-back
Laura
victories here.
Turner.
After a pointless day yesterday, Laura Turner has got maximum points so far today. 2 wins from 2, seeing off both Katie Sheldon and now Natalie Gilbert. And with that win, she moves from the bottom to 4th in the table. A good win for Laura Turner. Still unlikely that either her or Gilbert will be making it through. Katie Sheldon in action next. She's looking to come off the foot of the table, but if she's going to do that, she's going to have to beat the unbeaten Rhiannon Sullivan.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Well, welcome back to Portsmouth and the Super Series here at the Live Lounge. You join us in Women's Week, and we are on Game 5 of Group C, which is going through its second day. If you just joined us, you missed Laura Turner winning her second game in the last couple of days over Natalie Gilbert 3-2. So she was pointless yesterday, and she's on a full house today so far, Laura Turner. But the game we bring you now is Katie Sheldon and Rhiannon Sullivan, a true international flavour.
First leg, it's
Ireland
Katie
versus
to throw
Wales
first.
here.
Game on.
Rhiannon Sullivan has been absolutely dominating this group, and she's at the top of the table. And unfortunately,
60.
Katie hasn't been dominating the group, and she's propping up the foot of the table
140.
after Laura Turner's win in the last game.
Yeah, just the one win for Sheldon. That came against Turner at the end of yesterday. She has
60.
beaten Rhiannon this week, though. She got a victory against her in Group A.
55.
And also, the sort of sideshow to this match is, though Rhiannon can't qualify in this game, if she wins it and then Dita Hedman does the job against Trina Gulliver in the game that follows, then that would be enough
43.
to confirm Rhiannon's appearance at finals night.
$60.
Well, we have noticed here in commentary in the last few days that because Rhiannon Sullivan
140.
throws a wee bit quicker pace, that's been suiting Katie Sheldon nicely. She throws a little quicker.
60. Rhiannon require
And thus has
123.
better averages and results, but
Oh, Rhiannon's just been brilliant. This would be a nice icing on the cake.
83. Katie
goes
require
to the bullseye there, but a
161.
nice miss. She hits a 10, leaving herself tops.
41.
So
Rhiannon
it's
require 40.
tops for O'Sullivan for first blood in this match, and a break of throw.
20. Katie require 120.
Could not adjust correctly, so Sheldon gets a go at the Shanghai shot 20-60-40, not to beat.
100.
But does leave herself in the same place as
Rhiannon
Sullivan,
required
just in
20.
case.
Game shot in the first leg. Rhiannon
Nicely done from Sullivan. No problem with adjustment on that occasion.
Second leg, it's Rhiannon to throw first. Game on.
6 darts. She had a double there in that leg and did convert with the last one. And we talk about averages between all the top ladies, and
81.
the biggest difference is that finishing part of the game. You know, you start throwing darts around the outside of the board, you effectively score 0.
45.
And that 0 is a scoring count. So you've used a dart up, and that goes against your average. And sometimes you can be hitting 180s and playing absolutely lovely, but if you get the other end of the leg and take 6 and 7 darts to get out each leg, all of a sudden your average looks very ordinary. But the fact of the matter is you have played very nicely indeed.
100.
Well, Sullivan is playing very, very well once again here. The average just shy of 90.
100.
20 points
Rhiannon
better off
require
than
140.
Sheldon as she eyes up a ton 40. Won't be going. Be interesting to see what Katie Sheldon does in response to this. She did say
17.
she'd learn lessons. And maybe one of those lessons, Scott, would be to try and make sure that she plays at this pace in every match. Once you're at the hockey, you can play at any pace you want, can't you? It's how long it takes you to get there is a different story. That's out of your control, but it's in your control
98.
to play at your own pace, and she's able to do that against Rhiannon. We've noticed that she's been slower against slower players.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Rhiannon
mean,
required 25.
for me, for anybody watching, oh, she thought it was in there. She dipped her toe. She dipped her toe in. Check
Game shot on the second
the
leg.
heat of the water.
Rhiannon Sullivan.
She liked it, so she just then went and hit double 4 so she could put both feet in.
Third leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on. 60.
I did mention yesterday,
60.
Katie Sheldon, when she's got a couple of darts low, she does like to try and power through it.
41.
She doesn't worry about the 2 darts being in the way. She tries to force them through rather than go, say, for a
60.
clearer target down the bottom, treble 19, treble 17 or treble 18. All good scoring segments.
60.
Well, Rhiannon is edging closer to qualification, as mentioned.
70.
Finals night place will not be sealed at the end of this match, but it could be after the next game if Hedman beats Gulliver, and if not, then she will be in
60.
the game after that against Natalie Gilbert herself to get the job done. I think as a neutral
60.
viewer, there might be a few Trina Gulliver fans in that next match, because if Hedman does win it, then it is looking
100.
like it's all done and dusted quite early on in a group for that to happen.
81.
Sullivan leaves the 170.
60.
So she hit
Rhiannon
2 treble
require
20s. We know she'll go for it.
60. Katie require 120. 41. Rhiannon require
Tried to stay
110.
safe with the last one, but it didn't go in desired effect. So 10 for tops.
90. Katie requires
That was
79.
tight. So this one you've got to really start downstairs on the 19s. 22 incoming.
Well, I have to say, I thought that was in at first
73.
glance. It nudged the wire.
Rhiannon required
Sheldon
20.
unfortunate not to get a leg in this match, but O'Sullivan cannot be beaten, has not been
Game shot
beaten
and the match.
in Group C.
Rhiannon Sullivan.
It's second 3-0 victory of the day for Sullivan, who's going from strength to strength and now has one foot in finals night. Consolation for Katie Sheldon. Good respect from Rhiannon, but she is the one to be respected in this group. 7 games, 7 wins, and she looks as cert now to be in the Saturday showpiece. Dita Hedman will be looking to join a victory against Trina Gulliver in the next game, and it is looking like the top 2 will be the 2. Welcome back to Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series, where it's looking like the top 2 will be known pretty soon. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, having won all 7 of her games so far, is 1 result away now from qualifying, and that result could happen in this next match. If Dita Hedman in second place beats Trina Gulliver in third, that will confirm O'Sullivan's spot at finals night, and all but confirm Dita Hedman's as well. So Gulliver really in need of a victory here. The reverse of that coin is that if she wins a game, she's only 2 points behind second place. So game 6 may be the most important match that we witness all day, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, very much so. Once you can start getting that gap in the table, you start running out of games, and this is the difference between the 2-day version. This is, Group C is basically the 2-day version of Group A, isn't it? But you start to run out of games, and so this one makes it a rather large game in the context of the group, and obviously the way that the prize money is set,
it's Dita to throw
the ladies
first.
will still be
game on,
trying to move themselves up and down the group, because obviously where they finish is where the prizes are handed out. So points make prizes still in the group between 3rd and 6th for sure.
43.
Well, when this pair played yesterday, Hedman won the match 3-1.
60.
Seeing those darts wobbling the board like that, it reminds me of a cartoon where Roadrunner used to come at 100 mile an hour and then stop dead, and he'd go...
85.
Well, we mentioned yesterday all the history in this particular fixture. Of course, because Gulliver won those famous matches, a world final, a world semi-final.
100.
Many think that she's had the better, but in fact, Dieter's got a much better record in their meetings. A ratio of around 2-1 in favour of Hedman.
60.
That was, of course, improved on yesterday.
Yeah, it's all about the timing, Murph. It's all about the timing. When you're going to choose to win games, I didn't beat Martin Adams very often. It's all about the timing.
Funny you mentioned Martin Adams. Of course, he will be in action next week, the first week of the new series, Series 8, about to get underway from Monday morning, 9:30. And Martin Adams is in Group A.
100. Did you require 158?
Martin Adams is one of those, he's timeless within darts, isn't he? He still seems to be putting those games up there, and those averages up there.
44.
The ripe old age that he is, and still chuckles his way through it all just the same as he always does, the good games and the bad.
66. Did you require 114?
114 then for Hedman for the opening leg of this crucial contest. She can get through the day without any drama. 17. Okay, well, she's chosen to go for the 19s route, and she's pulled it off perfectly. That was slightly bizarre, but she made it work for her.
Second leg is Trina to throw first.
It's not bizarre if you know that she likes double 19, and
most of the time a player will hit a treble 19 and then go 17 tops. You'll see that route if they hit the single first. Obviously, they'll stay at the treble, but yeah, that's
43.
It almost says that she felt that she had to take it out. Trina on 130, but full credit to the finish. It's fantastic. There is some sense in it, staying in the same area.
36.
It's the way I'd have done it, I think. I'm a big double 19 fan. I've won some big titles and big games for me on double 19. It's one of those that I like to go to. It's one of my favourite doubles. And it's not one that I practice. I don't practice it. It just seems to come lovely. But then I can't hit double 3 to save my backside. And I think it's all about the pressure of what the double 3 is, and the fact that if you go inside, it's curtains and you're up to double 1. I don't know what it is. There's just something about double 3 that messes with everybody's head. And we talked about the upside down darts earlier, and if you retrieve it and put the double 3 at the top, would anybody like double 3 more than they do down at the bottom? But we don't play our upside down darts for long enough. So,
well, you can find out. Have a look at the end of the live session here on the YouTube channel.
66.
But it is another leg that makes the direction of this group
57.
Closer to being confirmed. Remember, a win for Hedman sees Sullivan through, and it pretty much puts her through as well.
$40.
She could still win the group as well, of course, Dieter Hedman. If the day runs similar to yesterday, her and Ryan O'Sullivan would run into each other in their last match of the day on really strong and beaten runs.
60. Trina, you require 161.
One could be 9 games unbeaten at that point. The other one could be 8 games unbeaten at that point.
81. $41. Trina, you require 80.
So to level it up then at 1-1. 25 and ball surely. Okay.
64.
To hit a big 9.
141.
Very nice too.
Still in a good position, but Hedman can stop her having a go. There's some real fireworks here. And it's on.
It started well. Is it going to finish well?
129.
No, it doesn't. But what a great effort there from Dieter Hedman.
16.
Double 4 for parity.
Game shot on the
And
second
it's all
leg.
square
Trina Gulliver.
in this battle of 2 darting greats.
Third leg, it's Dieter to throw first. Game on.
Was that Vanessa Parity? Oh no, that was Parody, wasn't it? He had a Jola Taxi in the charts way before
could
your
have
time.
You could have gone Dyson and kept it in darts, Scott.
$140.
I just remember a song in the 80s, Jola Taxi.
Yeah, I don't remember that one, for good reason.
What, you don't listen to the radio?
I wasn't alive.
But do you listen to the radio? I mean, it must have been on there somewhere.
60.
But yeah, they did record it. She didn't sing it live.
Yeah, but you said you remembered it from the 80s. Anyway, let's go back to the dart, shall we?
100.
In terms of the darts, this could
100.
be the deal breaker in Group C. Gulliver will know that very, very well. Must win territory for her,
60.
but you get these strange games where it could be over, but suddenly the result goes the other way, and the race is extended deep into the day. And a victory for Trina here would make that the case.
Yeah, we've seen it many times here in the Super Series on the Fridays where sometimes
60.
you've got a bottom player playing for absolutely nothing and the opponent playing for something, and the wheel's absolutely falling off, and bottom
45.
player doing somebody a big favour and getting them through to the Saturday night.
Well, at the moment, we know Bo Greaves is in the Saturday night field as a Group A winner. Fallon Sherrick is almost there. Rhiannon Sullivan is almost there. Vicky Proom looks likely to join. So does Dieter
50.
Hedman.
Trina
You probably
require
have to say that
156.
the likely 6th player would be Kirsty Vinakainen, based on what we witnessed last night.
Yeah, very much so. She has levels.
60.
Kirsty.
Did you require 131?
But you are never really out of it in Group B, so both Lorraines will feel one decent night could see them force their way in.
$99. Trina, you require 96.
Double 8 incoming here.
80.
I think for a split second she
80
thought that was in,
required,
did
32.
Trina?
Double 16.
Game shot on the third
Well.
leg. Dieter Hedman.
Gulliver's fate hanging by a thread.
Fourth leg, it's Trina to throw first.
Wouldn't be
Game on.
mathematically eliminated at that point, but would be as good as.
41.
In fact, it would take an enormous mathematical miracle because the leg difference would be so far behind as well.
100. $26.
I think the pressure telling on Gulliver here.
$76. $44.
Just to confirm that if Dieter Hedman wins this leg, then Rhiannon Sullivan would be through. And I've been saying she'd be as good as through. Well, I'll tell you how
100.
close she would be. Basically, every single result then would have to go 3-0 for Trina Gulliver and 3-0 against Dieter Hedman for the rest of the day for any other outcome to
70.
occur.
The word we're looking for then is highly improbable.
Yeah, I think we could maybe even make it stronger than that. It'd be about as likely as
81.
Sheffield Wednesday losing 4-0 to Peterborough in the first leg of a playoff semi-final and then going to get... Oh, no, that did actually happen, didn't it? Yeah.
81. DT require 144.
Well, 144 to do it in style. Another one.
Yeah, back to that double 12. She missed for the 141. Does she hit it this time? A lot closer.
132.
Right on the wire. Even Owen, our referee, thought that had gone.
But it does leave her on the edge of pulling the lever on the tungsten trapdoor and send Trina Gulliver crashing through it.
61.
Never rains, it pours.
DT
And Hedman
require
returns
12.
with 3 darts at double 6. Well, there's that double 3 you were talking about, Scott. It doesn't work for her either.
No score. $25. Did you require 12?
So another go at 12 for Dieter Hedman and double 6 to round this match out. There's the marker. There's the scout.
Game,
and there's the winning
shot
double
and the match
for Dieter Hedman. She wins this encounter 3-1. And as we've been hearing during the game, virtually guarantees herself to be through to Saturday night. 3 from 9 on the doubles for her, 33%. Rhiannon O'Sullivan is definitely through. We know that from that result. It's a 75 average for Dieter Hedman. We'll go into a short break, and when we return, it will be Rhiannon O'Sullivan against Natalie Gilbert. Yeah, welcome back to the Super Series. We are in Women's Week, and if you've just joined us, you've just missed Dieter Hedman with a 3-1 win over Trina Gulliver. Here's your results from today. Laura Turner, 3-1 win, getting her first win under her belt early on today. Hedman 3-0 against Gilbert. Gulliver 3-0 against, lost 3-0, sorry, to Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who is now guaranteed to go through with that last result. Natalie Gilbert ran Laura Turner close there. And here is your table. As you can see, between 2 and 3, the gap is 6 points. And with the ladies running out of time to bridge that gap, it looks almost a foregone certainty that Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Dieter Hedman will be through to your Saturday night final.
Yeah, all that's really left to be resolved is who wins the group and whether or not O'Sullivan can do something special on Women's Week, and that's go through an entire group unbeaten. Certainly feels relaxed. She's having good chats with the referee Owen Binks before every match. Do sometimes wonder what the conversation's about, but maybe it's about what happens tomorrow, because she will be there. 7:30. The action gets underway live here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
First leg, it's Rhiannon to throw first. Game on. '81.
Masses of experience for Rhiannon O'Sullivan, particularly internationally. I mentioned yesterday her 92 caps make her the most capped women's dart player in the world.
121.
That's some record to have. That's a nice feather in your cap.
81. $140. $85.
Couple of opening visits here for Natalie Gilbert. 1-2-1 followed by 140.
Yeah, Rhiannon will have that bounty now, won't she? That determination for players to be the one to beat her. And Gilbert does want to put an end to what's been a poor start to the day.
Natalie require 140.
For her, she won 2 games yesterday, but she's lost the first 2 today.
$42. $60. Natalie require 98.
Treble 20 would leave double 19.
$82.
Couldn't do what Dieter did, but she does leave it handy.
Yeah, more than handy. 119 here. Now back up the top for a treble 20.
39. Natalie requires 16.
Quite to beat. Double 4 now incoming for Gilbert.
Game shot in the first leg. Natalie Gilbert.
Nicely traverses across the board.
Second leg, it's Natalie to throw first.
To the double 4.
$100.
Well, with everything pretty much signed and sealed,
60.
we can open up discussion for a few other talking points here at the Super Series. Earlier this week, we did ponder who the top 5 women would be of all time. I'm going to put that out to the YouTube chat, give you something sensible to talk about.
180.
Just at the time Gilbert fires into 180. So, yeah, tell us who are your top 5. By the end of the session, myself and
100.
Mr. Mitchell alongside me will see if we can come to an agreement on a top 5 of all time in the women's game.
$21. 100. 58. 100.
Can come to a point in these group games where you think I've got to lose one here somewhere in a minute, and you'd rather lose one in a group game here than lose one on a Saturday night now that you're through. So sometimes it's nice to get the
141.
The chip off of your shoulder, so to speak, before the Saturday night.
130. Natalie require 8.
That's a good point. And that point may be
Game shot in the
confirmed
second
here
leg.
as Gilbert wins another leg, because Sullivan now finds herself in trouble.
Third leg, it's Rhiannon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, for the first time in Group C.
And Gilbert's good value for this, isn't she? She's averaging
55.
over 90 at this point.
Yeah, she's not doing a lot wrong, and I hope she's thinking England versus Wales, so that in the future
41.
she does play an international shirt against one another. She'll remember these times, but the job's not done yet.
60.
No, certainly not. And she'll be well aware of the force field of invincibility that O'Sullivan's had around her in this group. Still remarkable to think that she played a full day on Tuesday and didn't win a single match, Rhiannon O'Sullivan. How on earth did that happen?
100.
Mental capacity is how it happened. Started to believe in oneself.
And caveat, of course, that Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves were both in that group. The two real dominant forces,
41.
but Rhiannon's taking a claim to be a danger on finals night. Dita Hedman has actually won a competition on this Super Series stage before.
60.
And Vicky Pruitt in particular really impressed on her debut outing yesterday. So let's not think about Saturday as just being between two players.
81.
Few comments coming through the chat room after that question. I don't know if this is in order or not from Daniel, but he said
100.
Ashton, Greaves, Hedman, Gulliver, Anastasia. I think myself and Scott did agree that Gulliver would have to be right at the top yesterday.
44. Rhiannon require 126.
Sullivan trying to show what she can do. She's in a good spot in this leg, but it's not getting much better.
36. $140. Rhiannon require 90.
86 left. Well, Gilbert's going to get a chance to win this 3-0.
42. Natalie require 88.
And she can do it on the bullseye. She does do it on the bullseye.
And the match, Natalie Gilbert.
Natalie Gilbert gets the better of Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who is defeated for the first time in Group C. It doesn't stop her qualifying, but it does stop her completing a perfect record. full credit to Gilbert, who with that fabulous 88 out on the ball completed not just a win, but a 3-0 win. And she was very good value for it. She didn't even give O'Sullivan a dart at double in that game. It is the first defeat for Rhiann. And coming next, that means it is a chance for Dieter Hedman to go top of the table if she can beat Laura Turner. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Women's Week, where we now know the identity of a couple of the players at finals night. Bo Greaves will be there, Rhiann Sullivan will be there, and if Dieter Hedman wins this match, and she will confirm her spot there as well. She's pretty much there anyway. It would take a massive miracle for any other outcome to be the case, and Hedman, if she wins this match, will go top of the group, because O'Sullivan has just been beaten for the first time in the group by Natalie Gilbert. Laura Turner, the opponent in this one. Scott Mitchell alongside me. Both of them will be alongside me tomorrow for that finals night, which gets underway at 7:30 p.m.
Yeah, this was a tight game yesterday. 3-2 in the favour of Hedman, but both averaging, and one was on 75 and a smidge, and one was averaging 74 and a smidge, so there really was nothing between them.
First leg, it's Laura to throw first. Game on.
Before we get into the meat of this match, quite a few people engaging in the chat room with that question about the top five ever. I do want it in order, please, so number it, because a few seem to be five names. I'm not
60.
certain they would be the order you would put them in. And it's quite difficult to do. I'll know I've just done mine, and it's I feel bad on the people I've left out. Adam says Trina Gulliver number 1, Dieter Hedman number 2, and then Ashton, Anastasia, Dobromoslova, and Makuru
60.
Suzuki in at 5. I've got my 5, Scott. Have you got yours?
I'm still working mine out.
Well, I'll give you my 5 in order and see what you think. So I've gone for Gulliver number 1 as a 10-time world champion. I couldn't put her in any other position. Second, I've gone for Lisa Ashton, 4-time world champion, of course. I put Dita Hedman in third. No world title, but more titles than any other woman. Then I've gone for Bo Greaves. She's only 20, but she's already won 2 world titles and has really broken the ceiling in terms of standard. And the fifth spot, after much deliberation, I've gone for Frances Honselart. Any thoughts?
Yeah, no Fallon Sherrick in your list there.
I think she was very close, but I think my head was turned by World Championships and World Championship final appearances, of which Honselart had a great number.
45.
Particularly in the early days, those battles with Trina Gulliver. Lost most of them before winning in 2009.
Yeah, see, I would probably go. It's very similar. It's not. It's probably all about the longevity at the moment. I think the reason that you put Bo in is because of the sheer average. She is the one that's doing what you're doing.
140.
I have an old favourite, Jane Kempster from back in the day. She was world number 1 and still lives and resides in Dorset and is one of my mentors all the time that I've been playing, and she's still there if I give her a call now and there's something troubling my mind. And she was sort of pre-Trina before the women's game really got going as we know it now. And she was the ladies' number 1 and
91.
playing for Surrey back in the day, so I think she'd be part of my 5 at some point. But it's a very difficult 5 to try and pick, and I do agree. Trina Gulliver, MBE, let's not forget. MBE, definitely at number 1 with her 10 world titles. That would be very difficult to
40.
Argue against for sure.
20.
So Laura Turner. Now has double 2. So I'll take the opening leg.
18.
All right, on the wire.
DC requires 60.
All the problems there caused by that poor first start at the double 10. Just hitting the top corner of the 15 and then having to waste a dart.
Well, Dita was number 3 on my list. I'll knock her down to number 4 if she doesn't hit this. I'm sorry, Dita.
50. Laurie required 2.
Harsh, Murphy, harsh.
Now, try not to get too sort of taken in recency bias as well. I did have to go for Greaves, a couple of world titles. On recent stuff, you would put Fallon in as well, based on the ceiling that
Game shot in the first
she's
leg.
found. And the ceiling she smashed, so to speak, but it's very, very difficult. We should have made it a top 10.
Second leg is Dita
I think we should have made it at least 6,
Game.
and then we wouldn't have had so many complications. You know, it's difficult to say, you know. Or maybe we should have said which are our ladies' magnificent 7, maybe.
People are saying, I can't believe you've left Mandy Solomon's out.
100.
Yeah,
this is what I'm saying. There were the girls out there at the time, and
there are some people cheating, including one of our moderators on the chat here, putting 8 players in. You can't please everybody. If you're going to do it, stick to the 5.
55.
Well, they have no place in commentary, people like that, because obviously they've got no opinion. They're just trying to sit on the proverbial fence with their tweezers, taking the splinters out of the backside.
140.
Yeah, as someone else rightly points out, the moderator in question is actually a referee, and it is ironic that he can't seem to count.
Seven. $45.
to say one of the lady players that I'm a fan of, and I think she is going to be amazingly good, is the lass from New Zealand, Renault. She is a special talent from what I've seen. Her attitude is absolutely perfect, but obviously being in the Southern Hemisphere, not quite having the opportunities of here. And obviously Corinne, when she was in that position, took the plunge. Corinne Hamo came over and started to apply a trade over here and had a few good years here at the top end of the BDO before its demise, obviously. So you feel that people down there, lady players down there, obviously Mikuru Suzuki didn't get a mention in your list either.
Yeah, and again, I think that's a recency thing, because you just do it on World Championships, she goes in, but Sherikan Greaves has shown such a higher standard in the last few years. They're playing at the same time, whereas the likes of Dieter and Gulliver are a bit older. They're unlikely to add to their legacy. We pretty much know what their career has been.
But aren't you defined by that, the World Championships? Aren't you kind of defined like that in 10 years' time? That's the way I kind of feel.
96.
Yeah,
we require 156.
It is true to an extent, but there are also different eras. For example, Fallon, for example, hasn't been in those World Championships, so she's not had the opportunity to put herself in that moment. Through choice, of course, but
45.
It's the same argument, isn't it, when there's that crossover period between the BDO and the PDC? How much weight could you put to either World Championship at that given time?
Game shot on the second leg. Dieter
Hedman certainly showing what she can do here.
Third leg, it's Laura to throw first.
Another question is, where does the women's sort of match play at Blackpool rate in sort of events won?
Well, exactly, and I think that's one of the reasons why Bo got in my top 5,
41.
because she's won the 2 world titles and the match play, so you've got both. It would be interesting to see that list in 10 years' time and to see how many titles she might have then. Would she have maybe climbed to the top of it?
Well, I'll do my best to be here in 10 years' time, and with you being executive producer, you'll probably be having a big say in that. So, yeah, maybe we could have this discussion in 10 years' time, mate.
If you think I'll be executive producer in 10 years' time, you're a deluded man.
Oh, you'd have moved on to executive producer of EastEnders, would you, by then, or Coronation Street?
Yeah, something equally miserable. Anyway, I hope you're all having a nice day. Modus should do a down under special. That's following the talks about Renault and Hammond. Well, I'm up for that. I'm up for arranging that. We go there, they don't come here.
Correct. I think it'd be easier just to send a few of us down there, wouldn't it? I'm really good at carrying stuff.
Yeah, we'll have a little trip. Modus on the Rodus.
95. $60.
Why are comms not even giving Flowers a shout? Well, Darren, Scott hasn't actually given us his list yet, so you don't know if she's on it. So don't criticise us before we've even spoken.
Yeah, I'm still mulling it over. I used to be indecisive,
100.
but now Mercer's giving his out. I'm not sure.
You're waiting for the reaction, and then you're going to pander to the public, aren't you? 85 for Hedman, who was on that list when she comes back.
85. Did you require 85?
Yeah, finding it very difficult to compare the Linda Battens and the Solomons 29. And the Jane Kempsters of their day to the current crop, because there wasn't a World Championship there for them to win at the time.
Yeah, exactly. So hard, isn't it? Such a hard question, and it's going to be entirely subjective in the end, but
100.
it's just an
Did you
opinion.
require 56?
Don't need to fall out about it. Well, that worked out quite well in the end. But that didn't.
48. Or we require 93.
Great dart for double six.
81. Did you require 8?
So for a 2-1 lead and a breaker throw,
Game shot in the
that's
third
exactly
leg.
what
D to Hedman.
Hedman has got.
Fourth leg, it's Dieter to throw first. Game on.
I think those couple of legs absolutely guarantees that she's through. There's no mathematical way she can't be now.
$45.
So Turner will want to be all over that. She needs to break through now for the game to continue for her.
41.
Yeah, some other names being mentioned. Stacey Bromberg, fair point. Linda Duffy, who Scott just mentioned.
$140.
Right, I'm going to change a question. Well, not change a question, add another question, Scott. Who do you think is the most underrated women's
70.
darts player of all time? The one that doesn't get the credit she deserves?
Very good question. For me, I think
30.
I think Frances Honselaar. I think she was sort of in Trina's pocket for an awful amount of years. In those early times of the World Championship, I think, you know, did she actually win? She did win one, didn't she?
Yeah, she won in 2009.
Yeah, she won one. But I think that had Trina not been around, I think she maybe won a few more.
Well, it was, 5 final defeats, all at the hands of Trina Gulliver. Eventually beat her in
42.
2009. Gulliver, of course, went on to win 10. Dieter herself, 3 final defeats, all to different players. Mandy Solomon's lost the first
45.
final. Rhiannon Sullivan, of course, lost 2 finals to Trina as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just makes you think, doesn't it? Actually going back through, I think my list would be very similar to yours.
140.
For all the same reasons. It would be, you know, Gulliver, Ashton for the World Championships at 1 and 2. Hedman definitely for me at 3.
180. Did you
Just
require
for the sheer
104?
amount of titles she's ever held, which is just astounding.
Well, it can still be done, this. 60. Not found. Laura with the
84.
maximum
We
in the
require
previous visit. Can
120.
she make it 300 in 6?
$60. DT required
She couldn't,
20.
and that may spell defeat and victory that would secure Dieter Hedman's place at finals night and put her top of the table.
Game
And Dieter
shot and the
delivers.
match. Dieter
Hedman is the 3rd player through to finals night on Saturday. She will join Bo Greaves and Rhiannon Sullivan in making it to the Saturday showpiece at the Super Series Women's Week. She goes to the top of the table with that victory as well. Level on points, but a better leg difference in Rhiannon Sullivan, and they will have a showdown at the end of the day to determine who will win the group. But they are both safely through after very, very dominant days for the pair here in Group C. Coming next then, the aforementioned Golden Girl, 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver back in action against Katie Sheldon.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Yeah, welcome back to the Super Series here, live from Portsmouth. If you just joined us, Dita Hedman in the game just before the break guaranteed her qualification by beating Laura Turner 3-1. So she will be through to Saturday night. And the game we're bringing out is Trina Gulliver against Katie Sheldon. This went 3-0 the way of Trina Gulliver yesterday.
Game on.
Katie's won a game since then, so we're expecting a different Katie in this one.
Yeah, and I think from the pre-match banter with the referee Owen Bink, she's kind of dazzled by the shininess of his shoes. She was pointing out those and
41.
had a good old stare at the footwear of our esteemed official.
Well, if you go to the right formal hire shops, you can get those quite cheap, can't you, now, when they've been used and stretched
81.
by 68 other people at weddings and bar mitzvahs.
Very, very shiny. You can see your face in those.
81.
I'm just going back to our previous chat. This lady was top of both of our lists. 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver in terms of the greatest female darts players of all time.
140.
Yeah, definitely top of my list. Trina Gulliver, MBE. Lisa Ashton would be second. Dita Hedman would be third with just the sheer amount of titles that she has. Bo Greaves,
Sixth.
again, same sort of thing. Couple of titles for her in World Championships and My number 5 would be my dear friend
97.
who was one that inspired me, Jane Kempster, now Jane Mosley. Still one of my idols.
80.
I'm still in contact with her. Just a lovely, lovely lady. And I'd love to have been around her back in the day when
25.
she was ladies
Trina,
world number 1 and when she was winning titles.
Game shot on the first leg. Trina Gulliver. Second leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I have left out people like Honsler, Suzuki.
41.
Maureen Flowers. I remember Maureen Flowers coming down with Eric Bristow when I was a wee lad, and my mum wouldn't let me go to the exhibition
95.
at a local club where we were, and my mum played Eric Bristow and Maureen Flowers. I'd love to have seen that, particularly now my mum's not with me no more. That would have been a nice one for me. But yeah, I just wasn't old enough, and I couldn't go in the place, so I was unable to go.
$95.
I'll have to say your list did sound pretty similar to mine, Scott. I'm glad we agree.
99.
Well, I just thought it was the safest way, seeing as we're sitting next to each other for the next couple of hours.
We also asked the question about underrated female dart players. A few people have said Mikuru Suzuki.
100. Trini Require 100.
I think we forget that period of time when she came over and was winning world championships. We forget, one, how difficult it was for her to do with the language barrier. And two, she did kind of take it to another ceiling, didn't she? She was kind of very special and needed for the women's game at the time that she came, and obviously pushed her coming over and winning world titles pushed the game in Asia. And I'm sure there are many more out in Asia that we've never even set eyes on or see play that are
46.
equally as talented as the crop of players we have coming through over here.
100. Trini Require 40.
Tops for Trina.
Game shot.
And it pops for Trina. 2-0. Turner, Sullivan coming up next.
It's Trina to throw first.
Won't be at finals night. Trina Gulliver, but it's been an encouraging campaign over the course of a week.
40.
Just fell apart, didn't it, at the end of yesterday after winning her first 3 matches. We did say that could prove to be damaging, and it has been the case.
60.
Yeah, she was looking very good, wasn't she, yesterday after the first 3, and we were thinking, oh, this is throwing the cat amongst the pigeons here. This really has opened the group up. Were the bookies going to be wrong? But we have to say that since then, Trina has fell by the wayside.
It's the games against Sullivan and Hedman, isn't it? She may well just lose to those two both days and beat everybody else, but won't be enough.
Might have got away with it in Group
60.
B, losing to the top 2 and beating the next 2, but you certainly don't get away with that in Group C for sure.
100.
Yeah, Group B, remember, gets back underway tonight, 10 p.m. Fallon Sherrick, top of the table, winning all her matches. How good was she last night, by the way, Scott?
Yeah, sensational. She opened up with a couple of ton averages,
60.
and I think it was 107 and 103 her first 2 games, and she really set a stall out early to the rest of the field in that group, and they were all starting to think before they went to the board, a little bit like Taylor in his heyday. Can I actually get near this
78.
young lady with the standard that she's setting? And nobody did. She went through the card 4 from 4.
60.
Anne-Louise Peters, a name that's come up for underrated. Had the highest checkout in the Women's World Championship. Thanks, Adam. With a 160 until that was beaten a couple of years ago with a 164 by Veronika Ihas of Hungary. Trina finds the maximum.
I was there when Peters did that. Yeah.
60.
It had slipped my mind. She was a character. Character indeed. Danish, I believe.
That was in and out. That's just out.
No
so
score.
Is that.
KG require 153. $25. Trina, you require 38.
So for 3-zip, and to end this losing streak, 4 straight games, well, she's decided to split. She meant to at 6, but she has got darts at double 14.
10.
Fails to find it.
KG require 128.
Just looked a little frustrated at leaving it then, to be honest.
Yeah, and you could see that change her mindset when she actually went to go for it. And
84. Trina required 28.
that would have been a showstopper had Sheldon hit that bullseye.
Game shot and the
And
match.
Gulliver does get the job done.
Trina
3-0.
Gulliver.
Fantastic victory for the Golden Girl. Katie Sheldon fails to land a blow on Gulliver in that one. 1 dart double for her. For Trina, she picks up points for the first time in 5 matches. It'll be too little too late in terms of qualifying, but she's looking to secure that best of the rest, 3rd place in Group C. The player looking to return to the top of the table is Rhiannon Sullivan. She's in action next against Laura Turner. Welcome back. 6 games to go in Group C. Here is a recap of what has happened in the opening 9 matches. Laura Turner got her first win in the group, 3-1 against Katie Sheldon, quickly followed by a second when she beat Natalie Gilbert. Dita Hedman and Rhiannon Sullivan both winning their opening couple of matches. That meant that they both went through. O'Sullivan was then beaten for the first time by Gilbert, but Hedman went to the top of the table when she got the victory over Laura Turner. That will change if O'Sullivan wins the next game against the same opponent, but it does mean that we do know the 2 players that have qualified from this group through to finals night. So Rhiannon Sullivan and Dieter Hedman will join Bo Greaves. Tonight, you'll find out if Fallon Sherritt can make it. It looks like she will. Vicky Proom, Kirsty Vinnikainen, Lorraine Hyde and Lorraine Winstanley battling it out with the Queen of the Palace in Group B from 10 p.m. Right here, right now, Turner takes on O'Sullivan, who is fresh off the back of that first defeat, and it was a convincing defeat, Scott, at the hands of Natalie Gilbert. Lost it 3-0.
Yeah, it was a good performance from Gilbert. She did post an 83.5 average, and the 3 from 5 on the finishing was lovely, and obviously that 88 on the ball to condemn O'Sullivan to her first loss here in Group C.
First leg, it's Laura to throw first. Game on.
Will she bounce back here, or Laura Turner should be chasing more points here, trying to get up the table for those financial incentives.
60. $100. $100.
Just a reminder that tickets are still available for finals night tomorrow. If you want to be here, you can come down. If you're in and around Portsmouth,
60.
We're based on London Road, North End area of the city. Scan that QR code, get yourself to dartshop.tv, secure your tickets for as little as a £2 booking fee.
41.
And come and support the first ever Women's Week finale. I think there are a lot of people who have been before and
45.
are now reflecting on what they witnessed as something even more historic than they realised at the time, particularly when you think of what Luke Littler has gone on to achieve. Maybe they'll be saying the same about a Greaves or a Sherrick
100.
in years to come.
Yeah, it's not just about that, is it? It's the fact that the room is so sort of tight,
60.
so you can be up close and personal with these players. They're not a spot on a stage on the horizon. You are right there with them. It is very close. It is very compact, and you are
60.
a very big part of the evening with the crowd being in. And looking at who we've already got qualified, we've got world finalists qualified already. We've got
140.
3 of them.
140.
Fallon looks to be joining them.
Yeah, we had some great shots on Saturday at Champions Night of Andres Harrison straight off the stage, mingling with the crowd. You just don't see that at any other sporting event.
92.
The winner
196.
just able to mix and socialise with the audience.
Isn't that a sign of our sport, though? You know, we're just guys who and girls who are playing down the pub, extremely humble.
40.
I feel almost
Rihanna
lucky to be doing the jobs that we have.
Game shot on the first.
Sullivan
leg.
has been the standout
Rihanna
star
Sullivan.
of yesterday, but she has been beaten today. Looking to bounce
Second
straight
it's
back.
Rihanna to throw first.
By the way, if
Okay.
you do come down on a Saturday, you'll get yourself a free copy of Darts World magazine as well. This £2 stretches quite far, doesn't it?
13.
It is the gift that just keeps giving.
$100. $80.
Also a chance to win a signed dartboard. We do have a little tournament for the fans to come and hit the highest score. You'll get a dartboard signed by Mr. Mitchell,
100.
Mrs. Turner and all of the players at finals night. I won't sign it myself, don't want to devalue it.
100.
They'll go, who's this Irish fella, Chris Murphy?
$45. 95.
To be fair, I would rather you signed it than Henry Deacon. I could get my mate to sign just a piece of paper for me. That'd be all right. I'll get him to do it tonight for me, actually.
100.
Just be careful. If I try to get you to sign a piece of paper, Scott, it's probably some kind of contract.
Do you presenters have like a stage name? I mean, Henry should be Henry Squeaky Deacon.
You're with him tonight. You may be watching.
Yeah, I think, yeah. No two ways about it. There's no maybe about it.
And 113.
He'll be watching.
I hope you're watching tonight as well, because last night was fabulous viewing.
57.
10 p.m. the action gets underway in Group B. Right here, Turner looking to level up in Group C.
16.
Can't quite manage it.
And require 56. Laura required.
So Laura's had situations this week where she's been given opportunities, the odd couple of darts and missed them and not got back. So she's got a chance to get back now. Can she get it sorted here? Double 10, last dart.
30. Rihanna
The
required.
chance
10.
goes begging.
Game shot on the second.
You couldn't see that last dart going anywhere else. It was like a brick wall had been built with the first two darts, and they just said, come on, come and hit me, and you'll be home and hosed. It'll be in the double.
Does the referee sign the dartboard? Owen Binks, is he considered celebrity enough?
In his own mind, I think he is, yes.
He's a TikTok sensation, by the way. You can meet him on Saturday as well. Just book yourself in for some form of counselling if you do have that misfortune.
66.
Now we are one big happy family here at the Modus Super Series. Like most families, very dysfunctional.
Very dysfunctional, but can't live without one another at the same time. That's the way I put it.
60.
Well, Laura Turner is part of that family, and she will be part of our coverage of the Women's Week final.
55.
Look, it's going to get really serious again for that, isn't it? A little bit of jest and joke at the moment, because this group is over. We know who's going through. But tomorrow night it's going to be all business.
81.
I'm looking forward to commentating with Laura tomorrow night. I've never done that before, and we've been friends for a long time. So, yeah, one of those that I will enjoy doing. Or maybe we have commentated before. I just can't remember, maybe. We're that good of friends.
59.
Well, she could still turn this game around, but if she's going to do that, she may have to produce an enormous outshot.
156.
The story of her Group C campaign, just there, but not quite, isn't it, for her?
$35. Laurie required 96.
Nicely placed to get a good line in at the treble 20. Not to be 47. This time. And then with the disappointment of missing the treble 20, lose concentration and miss the big number.
Game shot.
But that is no problem for Rianne O'Sullivan. She takes the win 3-0. That's the result of match 10 here. Here's the story of the turn. Not a classic by any means. Both giving each other the maximum respect, but it's Rianne O'Sullivan takes it 3-0 And we head into a short break. And our next match when we come back will be Natalie Gilbert against Trina Gulliver.
How have I gone from being top of the tree to not being able to let go of my darts? And I honestly think I'd just get destroyed on that tour. I think it would kill me confidence-wise.
You get in the top 2 of the development tour, you get offered a tour card.
Yeah.
Do you take it?
Bo Greaves talking dartitis, dominance and decisions in her Tungsten Talks episode. Fantastic conversation. Plenty more content available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And all you got to do to watch that is make sure you are subscribed to the channel and all of that excellent content, including some fun stuff as well. But really enjoy those deep conversations with dart players. There's one due to drop with Trina Gulliver as well, which I know Scott Mitchell alongside me was involved in, and that will be well worth a watch. But in the meantime, make sure you check out the women's stories. We've got Bo Greaves, we've got Fallon Sherrick and Ted Everts together talking about that famous day. Trina Gulliver on its way.
First leg, it's Natalie
Gilbert
first.
gave a bite-sized interview. It's a shame we haven't had a chance to sit down with her in a more depth conversation this week, but she is an inspirational player, and we'll go deeper into that, I'm sure, in the future, maybe at another Women's Week. But fantastic to see both of these players on the stage for different reasons. They've had their trials and tribulations to come through.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing that fans do see, and when you see players having success, you think, you know, life is dandy for them, and I think we're seeing increasing amounts of sportsmen and women as these sports get bigger and bigger and more popular, I think is the word.
85.
The stresses and the trials and the tribulations that come with being that said star within the sport. There's a certain amount of pressure goes with that, and And you believe yourself that you have to live up to some of your achievements when actually you don't realise until you get a bit older, you know, I've actually done the achievement, so I don't have to live up to it because I've done it.
It must be as horrific as it is to go through anything. It must be a
60.
A sort of superpower to know that you've already fought your greatest battle, that you've already achieved. Anything you do in life will never be more difficult than that. And
59.
for different reasons, both of these players have come through adversity. And playing darts is always going to be a bonus, isn't it?
It puts all those achievements in perspective. That's what it does. It puts your sporting achievements in perspective to
45.
To the other stuff that you battle away from it. And yeah, these two really are amazing advocates of that.
100.
And for those who don't know, Trina Gulliver has spoken candidly about her battle with alcoholism. 10 world titles, but says that's her greatest achievement. Getting sober and getting happy as a result.
137. Training record 144.
As for Natalie Gilbert, have a little flick through and see her story and interview she gave before play yesterday. She spoke
60.
about 15 years ago having a stroke, getting into darts to help with the balance in her recovery, and ended up being pretty good at the game.
$34.
As she's exhibited this week.
Training require 84. $48. Natalie required 10. Game shot in the first leg. Natalie Gilbert.
Nicely done from Natalie Gilbert.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on. $58. $28. $45.
Well, a couple of questions in the YouTube chat, Scott. Someone highlighting how it's interesting how some players stand right in the middle of the hockey and others sort of stand to a side.
85.
Is it about eye dominance or is it just comfort?
I think for me it's about eye dominance, and that then
60.
makes you comfortable in what you're doing if you know that they're going where you want them to go. So some stand very central, and it's all to do with the sort of pieces of your throw as well. If you're throwing across your face, I mean, Bobby George famously threw from the opposite side to his face to where his hand was, and Trina's always lined up a little bit to the right. The mechanics of my throw and my sight, I have a dominant left eye, so I tend to, when I go to the board, I look at the treble 10 around that area and put my foot straight up.
81.
So, yeah, I'm a few inches across from central. And that's solely because I think I'm left eye dominant. It's the better of my two eyes. And
58.
I think that then standing there puts my left eye in line with the treble 20. And I think that's why I stand there for sure. But I think it can be anything. It can be the angle of your foot. You can put it at 45 degrees. And that may be comfort. Somebody's got a bad knee or whatever, they can't stand, because if you put your toe full up straight forward 90 degrees to the hockey, you tend to bend your knee back beyond bent to lean forward to throw. And some people can't do that. They could have had knee injuries or whatever. So I think there's varying reasons for varying players standing where they do. And
Game on the second leg.
what a tidy finish
Gilbert.
that was from Natalie Gilbert. 107.
The leg, it's Natalie to throw first.
Second ton plus out of the afternoon. The first being Dieter Hedman. A 114 against Gulliver as well. So Trina can be feeling that everybody's out to get her this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a fine finish that from Gilbert, who really upped it. She had a terrible game earlier on. She didn't play well at all against Laura Turner. It was 3-2 in Turner's favour. But since then, she's beaten Rhiannon Sullivan 3-0. And now it's 2-0 up on Trina Gulliver. She really has lifted it. There is this battle to be the best of the rest, and Gilbert, with a victory here, could move
100
ahead of Gulliver on leg difference. Jack Garwood in the chat said he stands very far to the right. Well, I don't think it matters where you stand, Jack. What does he mean when he's refereeing? Another comment from one of our top-notch production crew. Oh no, it's Isabel. She's talking about
44.
Players standing in the same position. Helps with the cameras, yeah, and that's also why players have to walk back the side the referee's on, isn't it? An old rule in darts, because if they walk back the other way, they would walk straight in front of the camera and you wouldn't be able to see what the other player was throwing.
No, absolutely, and you're taught that when you first go to the TV. Everybody goes, walk to the right, and you go, how do you remember to walk to the right? And for a right-handed dart player, I was always told by, I think it was Darryl Fitton actually that taught me. He said, if you go up and take the darts out with your left hand, you'll naturally turn to the right rather than turn to the left. It doesn't allow you to turn to the left. So that's a ploy that I've always done. But left-handed players tend to take their darts out with their right hand
82.
and then sort of turn in the opposite direction and then face you and walk back by you. It's quite a strange one for left-handed throwers.
Well, Gilbert may be taking this dart out, having hit the winning double for the match. 36 for 3-0. Might be back-to-back 3-0 wins for Gilbert.
18. Training require 150.
Well thrown, but didn't hit the desired target.
Natalie require 18.
Straight for double nine. In double nine. And once again, Gilbert wins without losing a leg. She saw O'Sullivan 3-0. And she gets glory over Gulliver by the same scoreline. Gilbert really has upped her game in the last couple of matches. And that one, 3 out of 8 on the doubles, including a fine 107 checkout, denying Gulliver any darts at double in that match and replacing her in 3rd place in the table. 2nd place in the table is coming up next. Dieter Hedman, already qualified, takes on Katie Sheldon. Dieter Hedman here at the Modus Super Series, looking to do what Rhiannon Sullivan did yesterday and have a perfect day in Group C. If she's going to do that, she'll have to beat O'Sullivan in the final game of their day. But before that, Katie Sheldon is the opponent for Hedman, who is currently sitting second in the table, but will return to the top with a victory in this one. She'll get level on points with O'Sullivan going into that curtain closing contest. And she will be ahead on leg difference, but if she wins this, whoever wins that will win the group. Katie Sheldon is trying to get off the foot of the table, and if she's to do that, then she is going to have to find a victory in one of her last 2 matches at the very least.
First leg, it's Dieter to throw first. Game on.
So, Binks calls our match to get underway. Our match referee. $100.
The last 3 games have all been very one-sided. 60. In fact, since we've known who's gone through, it's kind of gone that way a little bit, hasn't it? Players that have lost the opening leg have really struggled to get back into games. The last 3 have been 3-0. 4 out of the last 5, and 5 out of the last 7.
$40.
Katie Sheldon's had a few bounce outs over the last couple of days. I did see on social media Robin Byrne giving her the big G up from holiday. She was on holiday. Pictures of her throwing a few darts while she was on holiday. Robin Byrne.
Is that something you'd be doing on holiday, Scott?
Well, the answer to that is no. Secondly, because I don't think my wife would allow me. I think the darts, when I got home, would be buried in the garden.
Big garden, mind. You'd struggle to find them.
Yeah, but we've got diggers. It's easy to bury anything. So, yeah, no, I don't think she'd appreciate me taking a set of darts on holiday. Last time we went on holiday, it was close to the Barcelona area, and I got some tickets for a Barcelona game, and I was there watching Lionel Messi, Suarez, and she was reading her Kindle.
100.
Oh, speaking of goats, Pete Hedman certainly in the mix for that conversation in women's darts.
100.
Couldn't complete the 120 combo, but returns for the remaining 20.
Game shot in the first leg. Dieter Hedman.
Yeah, nicely done by Dieter Hedman, double 10. What would you do with all the trophies if you've won like 400 ranking? So if you've won like in the region of 400, you know, 200 odd ranked, and then others that aren't ranked and things that you've won. What would you do with all the trophies? Where would they go? I mean, I know lately I say lately, in the last 5 or 6 years when I was around her, she'd given them away to a kid on the side, or you know, somebody that's helped them out get to the tournament or whatever.
Yeah, no room on the mantelpiece.
What sort of fire would that be for all those trophies? The mantelpiece would be bigger than the house.
Good point. Well, will Hedman be getting her hands on another trophy tomorrow night? She has, as you just saw, returned, or would return to the top of the table if she does get the win in this one. She'll be level on points with Rhiannon Sullivan going into a head-to-head showdown in the final game. Or their final 39. Game, the penultimate game in the group. Sheldon herself plays in the very last game against Natalie Gilbert. Owen Binks, gentleman conduct by giving Sheldon the dart back there.
$60.
I think he does really like Katie Sheldon. He enjoys a fast player, doesn't he, Owen Binks? So most referees say that.
$60.
So what you're saying, that most referees don't like me?
Ask a referee. They always say anybody quick, anybody quick. I like anybody good.
40.
On the Super Series quickfire questions on the TikTok channel, both Owen Binks, Charlie Corstefine, refereed here, and George Noble all said exactly the same thing. They like any fast player to referee.
41.
Is that why you don't release the names of who's in the next week until all the referees are sorted for that week?
81. Did you require 139?
I think it keeps the mind switched on as well, doesn't it? Having to do the sums quicker is challenging for them. Always trying to test themselves as well.
It's got to be to do with the concentration levels, hasn't it? I know that I could not stand up there and concentrate for long enough. I can do bits of the counting, not all of it, because we have got a few of our European friends who do go some crazy ways these days, but these guys have to memorise all that, our referees, and they'll know particular players going particular ways.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-zip.
Dieter Hedman.
Hedman continues to stake her claim for top spot in this group.
Third leg, it's Dieter to throw first. Game on.
I always feel for referees when I see the likes of Daniel Lee rock up into the Super Series and go some crazy ways to leave varying doubles that he decides to fancy on that day. He's the one that likes double 13, isn't he? Or was that
85?
Or was that Roman?
Yeah, well, he never gets it wrong, does he, Owen Binks? Remaining fixtures for him to referee, for you to watch: Gulliver, Turner, O'Sullivan, Hedman. That's the crucial contest that will determine who finishes top of that table. And Sheldon Gilbert, the final match of Group C. But we will be back tonight from 10 p.m. Sherrick, Proom, Vinnakainen, Hyde and Winstanley all in action to see who will fill the finals night field.
Yeah, no shortage of darts here at the Super Series.
60.
We do get a Sunday off. And then we'll be back with more action on Monday.
$35.
Dieter stopped herself there. Good bit of thinking.
44. Did you require 160? $140.
So Dieter down on 20. The Super Visit. You feel Robin Byrne. You feel that Katie Sheldon.
60. Did you require 20?
Needs more messages from Robin Byrne to help her.
Well, there'll be no helping her if double 5 is found. But it isn't, so Sheldon will get an opportunity here.
No score. Katie required.
Sort of threw that quite loosely, didn't she? Not caring whether she bust or not. Double 16.
80. TT required.
Those shorts are shots when they go. They give you such a lift and turn the game on its head, but it's not to be this time. It's Hedman coming back in for double 10. There's the marker. There's the scout.
10.
And there's the one that missed on the inside. I don't really know what happens if you don't hit it. I don't know what the answer to that is. Surely has to go back the other way.
Oh, that's severely blocked. Severely blocked.
No score. TT required 10.
Right on the inside wire. Make sure of the one. She'd have done this many times. And she's done it once more. The double 2 goes for Hedman. She wins the match 3-0. Keeps herself in the mix for the head-to-head against Sullivan later, but it's a 72.73 average for her. 3 from 12, probably harmed the average a bit. Looked a little bit better than that for me. Katie Sheldon, she's left to rue what would have been with those missed starts at a double. But we head into a short break and we'll be back with Trina Gulliver against Laura Turner.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Super Series. It's Women's Week, it's Group C, and there are only 3 fixtures left to play. They are Trina Gulliver against Laura Turner, Rhiannon Sullivan against Dita Hedman, and Katie Sheldon against Natalie Gilbert. And Hedman is looking to complete a perfect day, having won all 4 of her fixtures so far. She is the lady at the top of the table, and she will have a showdown with O'Sullivan in the final game that they play to determine which one of them finishes in first position. Gilbert, Gulliver, Turner and Sheldon will exit the tournament today. Hedman and O'Sullivan will be back in action at finals night tomorrow. So this is the final fling for both Gulliver and Turner, who I think was waving at you, Scott, then, but you weren't paying attention. She will be joining you in the comms box for finals night tomorrow, so you can have a good chat with her about her experience this week. But what do you make of Laura this week? There we go.
It's all right. I couldn't talk to you there. I can't do 2 things at once. I'm a man. I can't wave and talk at the same time. Yes, no, looking forward to working with Laura. But yeah, I think it's been a different week for her to come from here. It's difficult when you finish the week before and then come in and play, but to do it all in the same week, maybe hindsight, if she ever had the opportunity again, she probably wouldn't do it all at the same time. She'd probably do one or the other, but I just think that those early games yesterday, where she did have the tough run in while those players were playing so well as well.
140.
It was just a baptism of fire to start for her, and it's always difficult to recover from that.
25.
Well, do join us either on the YouTube channel from 7:30 or come down. I have noticed that tickets have started flying out today.
30.
So make sure you secure yours before they're all sold out. Dartshop.tv, the place to get yours for the Darty party in Portsmouth.
100.
And you can also get there by just scanning that QR code on your smart device. £2 booking fee. And a fantastic night of really close-up
60.
arrowing entertainment to be had.
Yeah, I have a really funny feeling that's going to be sold out this weekend. Without doubt. I would make sure you get on and get your tickets now nice and early to make sure you don't miss out. Don't forget, of course, we will bring you all the action. If you are unable to get a ticket here on
60,
the Super Series YouTube channel. Once again, don't forget to go to the channel, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and get all the bonus content that we bring you from the darting world as players come through the door here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
60. Trina require 142.
Well, victory for Trina Gulliver in this game would take her points tally for this group to 10. She'd have won half and lost half of her matches.
82. Laurie require 151.
Laura Turner with just 2 wins so far. They came at the start of today after a winless day yesterday.
60. Trina requires 60.
So far, Trina has lost to the same 2 players and beat 2 of the 3 players she beat yesterday. The other one was Laura Turner.
$36. Trina, you require 40. Game shot in the first leg. Trina Gulliver.
So she finds double 10 to win the opening leg.
Game on.
We have had a real run of 3-0 fixtures. The last 4 now have been won 3-0. Including one for Gulliver against
40.
Katie Sheldon, then one against Gulliver in favour of Natalie Gilbert. $100.
30.
Tonight's opening fixture will be Kirsty Vinnikainen against Lorraine Winstanley. Fallon Sherrick and Vicky Pruitt, the top two in that group, will go head-to-head straight away. And
85.
there is a scenario where if Winstanley can get the better of Vinnikainen, then Sherrick will only need to win one match tonight to qualify.
No, that's not Fallon's way. She will want to dominate on the way
45.
into finals night. She will want to go through the card again this evening.
Last experience of Group B was a very strong start. This was in the main Series 7. 6 points on the first night and then ended up losing all of the matches on the Friday. Didn't qualify. But has had plenty of experiences on finals nights before.
100.
Did lose a final, was very close to being the first women to win a week, but she lost the final to Moreno Michels, who went on to actually lose the grand final in that series to Jim
40.
McEwen.
Yeah, name from back in those BDO days. He had a really good 18 months and went to Q school and got a card and was holder of a tour card for a fair few years.
$137.
Looked more like a marathon runner, little short, fit fella. Not a big, tall, rangy dart player, but effective all the same he was.
75. Training requires 60.
Yeah, was very effective in that run here. I think we may be seeing him in the next series as well.
40.
Oh, world exclusive.
We require 151.
The ADC Europe have announced many of their players, so I think we're on safe ground. I'll return here, hunting down treble 17. Not to be.
91. Trina, you require 20.
Two tens. Edging closer. But
No
not close
score.
enough.
Laurie requires 60.
So, one there, one there. Okay, we'll do that one first. We'll go double, double.
50.
Or was it double
Trina requires
trouble?
20.
Oh, Trina could give her trouble here. Well, she gets in her own trouble,
No
her own
score.
spot of bother.
Laurie required 10. Game shot in the second leg.
Finally,
Laura Turner.
Turner gets
Third leg, it's Trina to throw
the target and gets
Game
level in the match. Just going on to the next series. It will start on Monday, and we did reveal the lineup last night. I'll run you through that now for the first
100.
week. Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland in action. Martin Adams, the legend, three-time world champion. Tom Sykes, of course, who was the grand finalist in Series 6. Michael Burgoyne, the Burger Boy. He's qualified through the ADC
100.
system again. Revelino Dubois, ADC Europe qualifier. Bradley Roos, who, of course, played in Champions Week
100.
last week. He's back as an ADC pick as well. And then in Group B, Jamie Kelling, Justin Smith and Andy Hamilton, former World Championship finalist. Group C will feature the ADC qualifier Jack Mayle. The Mutts Nuts will be in
100.
action. Martin Turner and the fiery Scotsman Stephen Johnston. Decent lineup for the opening week. In fact, Moreno Michels will be in action the week after that.
36.
Can give you that exclusive, Scott. He'll be in week 2.
Yeah, what a lineup that is again next week. How do we keep doing it here?
Just turns out there are actually quite a lot of
60.
good darts players that don't have tour cards.
There's an awful lot. I keep bumping into most of them every time I go out at a weekend, funny enough. I have to say ADC Europe does appear to
43.
be going from strength to strength with the types of players that are being sent over here, and I think the entries to their qualifying tournaments are on the move, and
We know that they're linked with some of the Dutch darts
100.
ranking tournaments as well. So it's all boding well for ADC Europe.
41. Laurie require 141.
141 for Turner. She will know that when me, you, and her chat at the start of tomorrow's show, that there will be probably a conversation about how her week went and some kind of footage played over the top of that conversation. She really wants to provide a big highlight for that footage, doesn't she? She's got a couple of legs to do it. Will it be a 76 finish? No, it won't be.
7. Training require 121.
To be fair, Laura does already have two 74s and an 86 today.
Yeah. Let's throw in a ton top of Laura in the last leg.
Laura requires 69.
That was precariously close to the treble.
37. Trina, you require 80. $69. Laurie requires 32. Game Sheldon.
2-1 to Turner.
Laura Turner.
Can she make it a hat-trick of wins today?
Full flag, it's Laura to throw first. Game on.
Not for the first time today, Gulliver hits the bullseye when she doesn't need it. Whilst aiming at a 25.
Can be many players that use a longer barrel than Laura Turner. Really does use long darts.
It's only recently that she's been using three barrels the same. She was using three different barrels at one time, and she used those for years to loads of success, which I have to say is one of the strangest things I've heard within darts, but obviously now signed with a manufacturer.
30.
Same firm as I'm with, funny enough. And now she uses three darts the same.
You can see the difference in size.
59.
Trina Gulliver's probably 2/3 the size of Laura Turner's in length.
Yeah, most barrels are sort of in the region of 50
55.
millimeters long, give or take. But that one looks a lot longer, maybe 55, 56. A few players out there use longer barrels, but not that many, because you tend to, when you start playing, pick up a set of darts that's kicking about, and if you start playing well with them, you then sort of replicate that if you start to play that well with them.
43. To
get signed by a company. So you start then replicating your own design and putting the grip where you want it.
100.
I do remember the day that Red Dragon signed me on my first contract, and wow, I was so happy that I could actually get and design a dart, and I went down and
60.
Designed the dart for myself and used it for many a year. That same design, that same way that it was made. It was and as my throw start to change through the years, we changed the grips areas, and yeah, it's an amazing place to be as part of a dart manufacturer to get exactly what you want to throw. It's great for your mind more than anything.
60. Training require 120.
Good endorsement, and I've been down to some of those factories where they design and make those bespoke darts for players. make them fit perfectly.
89.
Well, that wasn't perfect from Gulliver, but she's got a really good outcome there. Hitting the 18s left her on 32.
$100. Trina, you require 32. Game shot on the fourth leg. Trina Gulliver. Fifth and final leg, it's Trina to throw first.
So it goes the distance. It ends
Game
that
on.
trend of one-sided affairs. We had 4-4-0s as mentioned. This one, though, going to a decider.
81.
And I suppose it will determine who leaves with a better feeling. Gulliver will be ahead of Turner in the table, whatever happens. But if Laura can win this match, she will have actually had a positive return today, won't she? 3 wins and 2 defeats.
Yeah, and then there's a tendency then to look back across yesterday and say, well, was there a couple there that I could have got yesterday? And there's no two ways about it. She could have been right in the mix as well, couldn't she?
Maybe another chance in the future. The plan is to continue with these special weeks at the end of series. Next one will be revealed pretty soon. Just finalising the details of that
15.
one. Might be a week of funky footwear. We've got to try and get your footwear on camera at the end of the show today, Scott.
81.
Well, there is the one pair of these, so I'm not sure about the whole copyright on that.
Yeah, if anyone's wondering, just think of a Scott Mitchell shirt and then turn it into a pair of trainers, basically.
Yeah, that's pretty much giving it away.
We'll put our camera operators to the test.
I will need protection walking up Portsmouth High Street on a Friday afternoon with these, for sure.
24. Trina require 116.
Well, it's Trina who has made the most progress in this one.
$42. $81. Trina requires 74. $35.
Oh, big deflection there for Trina off of that first start. You're frightened to let the dart go low, which is where this flatty came from that the likes of Daryl Gurney and Owen Binks throw to keep the dart right out of the way for when you're going for the top to prevent that happening.
Gulliver then to complete the victory. Double 16. In it goes. Trina takes it.
Trina Gulliver.
It's been a better day for Laura Turner, but it does end in defeat. Gulliver picks up her 5th win. She's won half of her matches in this group. 10 points for her. And she's in 3rd place. Laura Turner, well, she had to just settle for the 2 wins that she had earlier today. A much improved day than her first day in this group. But she goes down 3-2 to Gulliver. Now, the next match will determine who wins the group. Will it be Hedman or will it be O'Sullivan? Find out after the break.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
So welcome back, and yes, get your tickets because these two ladies will be there on Saturday night. This match is just to decide who goes through top of the table and who goes through second. And there you can see it's all even Steven between Dieter Hedman and Rianne Sullivan. The winner of this will go through, obviously, as winner of Group C. And the runner-up still goes through as well. But these two ladies will be there, so get your tickets before it's too late.
Yeah, and the latest ticketing news is that the availability is decreasing very quickly. Been a real surge in sales today, so do make sure that you book yours before it's too late. Hedman and O'Sullivan have booked theirs, of course. They will be at finals night, as Scott just mentioned. But which one will be number one?
All will be
First
revealed
it's Rianne to throw
in the next
first.
15 minutes or so.
Game on.
O'Sullivan won the match yesterday. It was their first match in this group. She got the better of Dieter in the last leg decider. Hedman has won
55.
every game she's played since. O'Sullivan was beaten earlier today by Natalie Gilbert.
Yeah, it was a tight one, both in the mid-70s on the averages.
100. $60.
Both to be thrown with a bit of freedom here, considering the situation. I suppose that could have been slightly different if the winner went through and the runner-up didn't make Saturday night, but they both know they are safe.
83.
But they would drop into the Saturday night groups in different positions,
100.
depending on their group qualification.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be very important. I mean, the likelihood is that one of them will meet Bow and one will meet Fallon, but the runner-up in this group will be in the same group as Beau Greaves. So the
34.
Group A winner, the Group B runner-up, and the Group C runner-up. So you would have one of these, potentially Vicky Prume and Beau Greaves together. Whoever wins the group,
100.
well, they're probably going to play Fallon Sherrick, assuming she wins Group B tonight. So it's not that much of an easier group, is it? If any easier at all.
It is. Once you dilate these
83.
Dilute these ladies down, we get rid of 6 and 6 left. The cream always rises to the top.
Yeah, the runner-up in this group will play in the first match on finals night, incidentally. Beau Greaves will be the opening fixture. As always, the Group A winner opens the show.
And has the darts, importantly, in that first match. One of the perks of being the Group A winner.
60.
Yeah, they play first and fifth
86.
on a finals night. Don't expect there to be too big a gap between those
54.
matches this week because we've got some very
Did you
top
require
quality players and
141?
fast players and shorter format, of course. We saw Hedman threaten this earlier. She hit the treble 20, she hit the treble 19, she missed the double 12.
129.
Exactly the same happens again.
Rihanna require 32.
That was for an important break of throw, and Sullivan with one in hand.
Game shot.
All masterfully done.
Rihanna Sullivan.
Good adjustment. It's hit. Or double eight.
Second leg, it's Dieter to throw first. Game on.
What Dieter continues to show is that she just doesn't go away. Those big shots, when she needs them, she gets herself a chance at them. When most other players don't even hit the treble 20 first dart, and that's a sign of special players do special things. And
83. $45. $100.
Sullivan with the first blow in this game after Hedman almost inflicted a big finish on it. Both players will just be happy enough to be at finals night, but whoever wins the group will have done it with only one defeat against them. That is a very, very good record.
$100. $41.
And you have to say, Scott, whoever does win this group will deserve it.
yeah, absolutely.
$61. Rihanna require 138. $40. DC require 114.
We saw her take this out earlier on. Shanghai on the 19. She'll be at it again here. Treble, single, double. As easy as you like. There is nothing sweeter than a repeater for Dieter. Twice she's done the 114.
Look, it's Rihanna to throw first. Game on.
And done it that route as well.
Yeah, it's obviously a route that she really likes. And I think it kind of makes sense, because if you go across to the 17 to leave tops, you're going from the bottom of the board right up the top. You couldn't get more adjustment to have had from top to the bottom of the board, and maybe that's why she does it.
Yeah, it sparked something in O'Sullivan, though, hasn't it? She responds with a maximum, the first of the match between these two table toppers.
100.
It's our first max for a few matches as well. I think back in game 9, Trina Gulliver hit one against Katie Sheldon, but
85.
This one seems to have lit the blue touch paper.
$60.
A great finish at 114. Rianne responding with the maximum. She's now on 161.
$41. Rihanna require 161.
Rihanna Sullivan's highest out yesterday, and today has been a 120. The 161 would have tranced that.
Well, she can equal it.
65. Rhiannon, they require 120.
But she won't, so Hedman will get a chance to complete the biggest combination possible.
92.
I know Dita's been close to that 141 on a couple of occasions. Had a 144. Double 12 has not been her friend on those big shots today.
$60. Rhiannon required 28.
So double 14 for the Welsh woman becomes double 7 to get the lead in this top of the table tie.
Third leg.
Sullivan does it, and she's one away from winning the group.
Fourth leg, it's Dita to throw first. Game on.
Well, the first two legs were 2 breaks of throw, and now
100.
Sullivan holds her throw to take the 2-1 lead.
100. $100. $38. $45.
Well, it could yet go down to a deciding leg. Hedman has made the
60.
most headway in this fourth leg.
A single treble visit here would be... Oh, double treble visit, or is it a treble visit?
125. $60. Did you require 100?
Nice switch of angle there on the camera. That looked like an awful lot more than 60. Treble 13. $18 will be on the button.
91.
Nicely tidied from Hedman, and it all, for all case and purposes, looks like it's going to go 2-2.
Whoa!
Second 180 to pressure the shot from O'Sullivan.
40.
I think Rhiannon's resigned to it being too late. The way she's reacting as she walks back, she expects Hedman to hit. And she was right to make that assumption. 2-2. Last leg. One leg will determine who wins the group.
That was a I don't care what you do to me. I'm having this double no matter. It is going in, and that's a mindset again. Had there been a doubt in Dita's mind, had she have gone, oh, that was good, Rhiannon, well done, and acknowledge the fact of what she's done, that double top then becomes all the more difficult. But that was I'm going nowhere. This is how I'm going to show you I'm going nowhere. I'm taking this double top one dart. And now here we go again. A 180 of her own, is it?
135.
Oh, not quite to be.
So close, wasn't it?
Good response all the same. Here we go. 140 back at you. Really firing up now, this one.
Again, first start straight in. And again, Hedman has really turned it on towards the end of this match.
121.
But once again, the final one fails her.
Yeah, last time it was over in the 5 side. This time it's over on the 1 side, but
60.
All the same. She's still hitting those big trebles, and that's what you need to do.
Yeah, and that's the first treble-less visit of the decisive leg. Sullivan only scoring 60.
55.
But Hedman pretty much following suit. Still nothing between them. Knife-edge stuff. Has to now switch. Should probably go treble 15.
135.
Yeah, she's not a big fan of that top left-hand side of the board. Is O'Sullivan. Otherwise, she'd have gone 57 for 24.
It's been a really good last
55.
leg. Potential 14 darter for Rhiannon to top the table.
$30. Did you require 135?
So a chance for Hedman. Starts on the bullseye. And that hits. Treble 15, is it? Oh, right next door. Yes, indeed, Dieter. Yes, indeed. Don't laugh about it. I'd be fuming.
Well, Rhiannon behind her is trying to help out, telling her to score. 79 remaining. Treble 13 the target, and she's found it.
95. Rhiannon required 36.
But it is double 18 for O'Sullivan. Fails to find it.
I think she was too close with the first one. She thought that was in.
Game shot out.
And it's Dieter Hedman.
Dieter Hedman.
Who wins the group. Just one defeat. That was at the hands of Rhiannon Sullivan in her first match yesterday. But since then, she has won 9 consecutive encounters to win the group, to book her place at finals night along with O'Sullivan. Fantastic on the doubling there. That was a different 75% success, including that sublime 114, the Shanghai 19s for the second time today. It's a 3-2 success for Hedman, who wins Group C. Rhiannon O'Sullivan finishes second, and we'll have one more game. Katie Sheldon takes on Natalie Gilbert. So the curtain closes on Group C on Women's Week at the Modus Super Series, and Dita Hedman has won that group. She goes through with second place Rhiann O'Sullivan, and that means we bid farewell to Trina Gulliver, Laura Turner, and this starting duo, Natalie Gilbert and Katie Sheldon. Sheldon, who has been with us all week, started her campaign in Group A. Gilbert, who has had her moments, including a fine 3-0 win over O'Sullivan earlier today. Neither will be making it through to finals night, and that finals night is shaping up rather nicely indeed. We now know that the first match of it will be Bo Greaves against Rhiann O'Sullivan. We know that Dita Hedman will be heading into Group 2, which is likely to feature Fallon Sherrick. Some tasty games there, but let's hope for a tasty tie to end the day here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hoping for this one to be a bit of a ripper. The last one was a beaut. Be nice to finish Group C off.
60.
It's unlucky there for Sheldon. I do think that sometimes, yesterday in particular, she created a few moments of her own downfall where she was missing big numbers, and instead of getting 2 darts at a double, she was only getting the 1.
100.
But today, I don't think it's been the same. It's just her consistency on the scoring has been
76.
difficult for her. And I think if she's scoring, she then hits doubles. She's just one of those players that it's about the momentum for her. And she's, like I say, she's quite a quick player. She's found more success playing the quicker players like Rhiann O'Sullivan. And I just think that that's the perfect dart for her for a first dart, to be that side and
105.
Build her way across. Nothing wrong with her counting and what she does to lead what she does, but it's just a little bit of fine tuning, which is usually there, which is why she's here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here.
140. Katie for 120.
120 for Sheldon for a nice moment. Doesn't happen, so Gilbert will come back for 74.
28.
Couple of options.
74.
Treble 18, maybe treble 14. Goes for the former. 16 for tops.
Game shot on the first.
And that's the prime example for me
Gilbert.
what Katie hasn't been doing. You go for the treble 18, you have to hit the big 18.
Natalie to throw
You go
first.
for treble 16, you have to hit the 16 to give yourself the shot. Because on 56, she can hit the treble and leave the double 8. So it's pretty straightforward and plain to say, but not so easy to do when you've been on a
41.
streak of not winning. Your heart is telling you yes and your mind is telling you no. And you become fragile after all the losses. You become fragile. And people can watch and say, well, you look like winning
60.
that game. But inside, if you're not believing that, then it makes it very difficult to do it.
32.
She's been very adept at getting over these types of darts and into the targets. And she's done it again.
140.
Absolutely expert at that particular part of play.
This is the first time that she's done this type of thing, and on the big stage with the cameras. Natalie, or the second, or the third, or the fourth, every time you come to them, you start learning. Every time you play these sorts of matches, you're learning.
83.
And you take it all in so that the next time you're in that situation, you don't let the games pass you by.
59.
I remember my early Lakeside games, I was just guilty of being a fan that was up there and just happy to be there. And I was just happy to be in the room. Well, you can't win games like that. You've got to be
137.
absolutely on your game, prepared correctly before you go. everybody's patting you on the back and shaking you by the hand. Oh, well done. First one to be at Lakeside. Whatever, wherever you've
76.
qualified.
Natalie require 40.
All your fans, your family and everything else.
Game shot in the
Nicely
second.
done again. And
Natalie Gilbert.
the harsh reality is, after all the back patting and handshaking, you've actually got to go up there and perform and produce what they think you can produce.
Well, Gilbert may be producing the performance of the group so far here. She's averaging
45.
96.97 after a couple of legs. She could be pretty much on the verge of the best display in this group so far.
100.
That average is getting higher and higher.
60.
It's going to be some way for her to sign off. Did she mean that? Did she mean that? The way she's smiling afterwards, I'm not sure that that wasn't a massive pull into that treble 18.
100.
But the average is now well into three figures.
When your luck's in, your luck's in.
$99.
I mean, this is a sensational display. How good will she be feeling? If she, for example, just takes this out now and walks off the stage,
45.
averaging well into three figures,
120.
what a way to leave the tournament.
Yeah, indeed, but it'd be a frustrating way, because knowing dart players like I do, she'll be a little bit fuming inside that it didn't come out. Surely you got to go for it.
78.
Surely not. You haven't got to at all. That showed me.
41. Natalie require 50.
Well, she's gone for a 10, not going for the ball. She's missed the board entirely there. I'll just go for it now. That's what she wanted last time. Tops. Double 10 to complete. An absolutely sublime showing.
40.
Just got a little scruffy at the end there. She should have gone for that ball, shouldn't she, Scott?
Yeah, I would have done.
40.
But then what she's done is destroyed her
Natalie
confidence by missing the
required
big 10, and now all of a sudden the doubles are now getting smaller and smaller.
Do you know what? I think she might have changed her mind, and that's what caused the miss. So I think she was lining up for the ball. Last second has gone, no, I'll go for the 10, and overdone it. But it's a great way to end the day. The average in the end drops to 92. It probably should have been higher. The slightly shaky end to the game, but it was brilliant to that point. 3-0 win for Natalie Gilbert to end the day, and it's been a good day for her. Full credit to her for her displays today. 3 wins on the day, including a 3-0 win against one of the qualified players in Rihanna Sullivan earlier on. She signs off with a 3-0 victory, but that is it. 3rd place finish for Gilbert. 2nd place and qualification goes to O'Sullivan, and top spot goes to Dieter Hedman. Myself and Scott will discuss all of the action and preview tonight's after this short break. So Group C comes to a close. Dieter Hedman winning it, Rhiannon Sullivan going through in second place. And I mean, that's what we thought, that's what the bookies thought. And it turned out to be pretty conventional, didn't it? Not easy, but it happened the way everyone expected.
Yeah, and it was sort of all tied up pretty early in the session, wasn't it, really? And it was just a case of waiting for that game between Dieter and Rhiannon Sullivan to decide who was going through in what spot.
Right, we will have a look at what's happened today. As Scott just mentioned, the early results meant that we knew very, very early who was going through, particularly after that 3-0 win for Sullivan against Katie Sheldon. Dieter then beat Trina Gulliver 3-1. That meant that Hedman was pretty much through as well. But O'Sullivan then beaten by Natalie Gilbert, a 3-0 win for her. And I want to focus on her in a moment. But let's just start with the top two, because Dieter Hedman, she lost her first game yesterday to Rhiannon Sullivan. She's dug deep and won every single game since.
Well, it must have felt like she was chasing the group from there. It must have been, because when you get that first loss, you feel that, you know, the group's going away from you. You then got to concentrate on your next couple of games to make sure you keep them. And then, while we were all focusing on Rhiannon Sullivan and could she go through the car without a loss, Dieter was just going around her business, minding her own business, not worrying anybody, and winning and kept winning to get herself to that point where she gave herself an opportunity to win the group, and she didn't mess it up.
Certainly, and she will be a danger at finals night if she can keep that level of consistency.
Yeah, definitely. It was sort of mid to high 80s, and you know, should your other players get dragged back to that, then she has the charisma to go and take those shots out on the big moments with the big doubles.
O'Sullivan could have won the group. It was a very close final contest between the pair of them, but she was very impressive, particularly yesterday.
Yeah, very much so. I think we've seen people go and win all their games on one day and then lose all their games the next. She could have easily gone back last night and thought, well, I'm home and hosed here. It would be a major disaster for me to not make it. But we have seen those major disasters happen, and she didn't allow that to happen. She stayed focused. Even after she lost that game 3-0 against Natalie Gilbert, she stayed focused and kept herself in the mix.
And what a performance we just saw from the lady you just mentioned, Natalie Gilbert, who's had a very good day today. I think even though she's not going through, she leaves here with a lot of credit.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's the first time here for her. It's very new for her, and she grew into the group, I think, is the answer to that question. I think the more games she had, the better she got, the more she got used to the situation, and that really did culminate in a great last game there.
Do you think she might have actually ended up in the wrong group? If Gilbert had been in action tonight in Group B, then she'd have had a very good chance of qualifying.
I think, yeah, she'd have been there in the shout with that third place. There's no two ways about it. You know, she showed exactly what she had, and hopefully if there's another Women's Week, she'll be hoping to be involved, because I think she's shown that she's there and thereabouts with the top ladies.
We can't wrap up without me asking you about our colleague, Laura Turner. No wins yesterday, but a better day today, 2 wins.
Absolutely, just a terrible start for her yesterday against the two favourites straight away, and then she wasn't losing by much. It was just the odd leg, and it just couldn't seem to get a dart at stuff to win it. So to bounce them back from that was obviously difficult, and then you know, she got a couple of games under her belt early doors, and then kind of hit the wall again. She started playing those good players that had beaten her the day before. So she'd have learnt a lot from that, and well, we gained by having her in the commentary box with us tomorrow.
Certainly do. Here's how things ended in the group. As mentioned, Dieter Hedman, the winner of it, 18 points for her, 16 for Rhiannon Sullivan. They were streets ahead of the rest of them. Gilbert the best of the rest. Gulliver also on 10 points. Turner on 4. Sheldon with just that one victory against Laura yesterday. That means, of course, that the finals night will include Hedman and O'Sullivan joining the Group A winner Bo Greaves, and likely to be Fallon Sherrock and Vicky Proom, along with probably Kirsty Vinnikainen if we go on what positions they're in now in Group B. But Lorraine Hyde and Lorraine Winstanley, if they can put it together tonight, still very much have a chance.
Look, they definitely have the capabilities to really have some upsetting stuff tonight. That's the attitude they have to come in with. That, you know, they're both probably doomed to that fact that they're not going through, and they've got to now come here and show why they were here, show why we should bring them back next time, and that's got to be their attitude now. Not so much worry about where they finish in the group. It's about getting their game out and maybe showing why they should be back.
Absolutely. Who do you think will be making it through from that group?
Well, I think it's going to be the top three that we've seen. I think that Fallon just probably needs one win, really, and she'll be safe as houses through. And then, but we know that that's not her attitude. She'll want to go 4 out of 4, put her name on that leaderboard with the 8 out of 8 from Group B and all the others that have done it. And Kersey, she's the one that's sort of like skating on thin ice, or she could be. If she doesn't sort of win one of her first 2 games, then she could end up looking over her shoulder. And once you start playing darts looking over your shoulder, it's inevitable that you're going to make mistakes.
Well, thank you for your company, Scott. We'll see you again this evening. The action resumes from 10 p.m. here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Group B with Fallon Sherrock and co. looking to join Bo Greaves, Dieter Hedman and Rhiannon Sullivan at finals night tomorrow. We'll see you tonight.